Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. Here we are back again, reading with the crew, The Aftermath, Episode 5.
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Jack61. Is there anything happening in the US at the moment? Anything of significance? What's going
Well,
on
with
in the
just
US?
a few elections going on, I think something like
Oh,
that.
really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the show is apolitical. So, look, guys, a warm welcome. Thank you so much for that introduction, Jack61. We're not going to muck around. We have a lot to cover, continuing our series, but I'd like to welcome our esteemed panel. I know that people are very busy this time of the year with all these things going on. I'd like to welcome Jack61. How are you coming along?
All doing very well. Just busy with, 5, 10, 15, 20 things at a time. Still going through the DCI reports and
Oh,
that
yeah.
kind of stuff, Doc. Yeah. I'd
Yep.
like to welcome everyone in the live chat. I think a lot of people are going to see something that they probably have never seen before.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jack61. And I'd like to welcome Neverly. Great to see you. Welcome. How are you coming
Hi.
along?
Hi, Dr. Silkman and Jack and everybody in the chat. I'm doing great. You're right. It's very busy, and but I'm very happy to be here and looking forward to this presentation. How about yourself?
Awesome. Yeah, I'm doing really, really well. As you know, this is a very hard podcast series to do. It's a very, very tragic story, but it's got to be told. People have got to realize what took place, and we're here. We're rocking up, and we'll try our very, very best. So, look, guys, welcome everyone. My name is Dr. Silkman. I'm from Adelaide, South Australia. And guys, let's stop muck around. Let's get straight into it. Jack61, if we can have the very first slide. All right, so this is continuing our Reading with the Crew series, episode 5. So, entitled The Aftermath. So, what we're looking at is what occurred to Brendan Dassey after he got arrested on March the 1st. So, what we're going to cover today is a couple of very important topics. So, we're going to have a look at Judge Fox's ruling on Kaczynski's motion to suppress Brendan Dassey's interrogation or confession on March the 1st. This ruling was done on May the 12th. May the 12th is a critical, pivotal point for Brendan, as you all know. Also, on exactly the very same day, Michael O'Kelly interrogates Brendan Dassey. On the very same day that Judge Fox made his ruling, right? And what's remarkable, well, there's a lot of remarkable things, but Michael O'Kelly decided to use a lot of props, including, of course, the blue ribbon, right? So we'll be looking at that. Once we go into that interrogation, Michael O'Kelly openly lies to Brendan, and he actually uses item FL against Brendan. The bullet fragment. This is very, very important, right? So we're going to go through that. What O'Kelly did during that interrogation is just truly, truly shocking. And also, he makes O'Kelly makes Brendan Dassey rewrite his self-interview form, and we'll show you that. We actually have the very initial answer that Brendan Dassey wrote. So remember, Brendan Dassey hears the news about Judge Fox. Michael O'Kelly is interrogating him again. He has to do another self-interview form. And Brendan Dassey will show you, begins to write out an answer. And Michael O'Kelly is not happy with that answer and makes him rewrite his self-interview form again. So we've got the actual answer that Brendan wrote. We found it. Also, we're going to be commencing our reading of the May 12th interrogation. So members of the panel, we're going to start reading out the narrative of what transpired between Michael O'Kelly and also Brendan Dassey. But as we read this exchange, I want you to take note of the way Brendan's narrative changes and also his timelines, what he says to Michael O'Kelly. All right. Again, guys, thank you so much for joining us. No matter what platform you're listening on, welcome. The only thing that we ask, guys, is please be civil in the discussion. And if you've got a question, put a Q. All right, guys, Jack61, can we have the very first slide, please? So what we're going to do, we're going to transport you back in Brendan Dassey's shoes. Now, May the 12th was a very, very important date for Brendan. As you know, Kaczynski, which is the defense attorney working for Brendan, put in a motion to suppress Brendan Dassey's March 1st confession. But a lot of analysts, including lawyers, have looked at that motion to suppress, and they've all agreed that it was a very, very poor effort. Whereas what the state said in rebuttal was very extensive. It's almost as though Kaczynski wrote the motion for it to fail. Guys, would you agree? As much as I hate to admit it, would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, he did. It was such a weak effort.
Yeah.
Well, we read it last week. It's just a joke.
Yep. So there definitely was a plan in place. So on May the 12th, Judge Jerome Fox denied the motion to suppress. This is critical, guys, because it now meant that Brendan Dassey's March 1st confession, and remember, he had no lawyer, he had no parent present at the time, it now is regarded as evidence that can be admitted by the state. So there's no doubt that Fox's decision on May the 12th was a savage blow for Brendan. All right, Jack61, if we have the next slide. So let's have a look exactly what Judge Fox said. All right, we'll just wait for the next slide to come up. All right, Neverly, do you see that slide? A2A? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, now I see it. For some reason, I cannot open the slides that Jack posted. So I'm just going to be doing it from the monitor. It's fine.
All right, can you actually see A2A?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So in 2010, remember we had the post-conviction hearings for Brendan. This is what Judge Fox said. Neville, if you'd like to read it out, that'd be awesome.
Sure. On May 12, 2006, this court issues finding of fact and conclusions of law finding that the state had met its burden of showing by a preponderance of the evidence that the Dassey statements given to Wiegert and Fassbender on March 1st, 2006, quote, were the product of Brendan Dassey's free and unconstrained will, reflecting deliberateness of choice. In short, they were voluntary statements. End of quote.
Jackson, do you have any comments?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You blanked out there a minute ago, Doc. It just went completely mute on me 2 times when you were talking. I'm like, uh-oh.
Oh.
Am I? So, okay. As long as everything's working.
Yep. I can hear you. I can hear Neville. And hopefully everybody in chat can hear us. Yep. Do you have any?
It looks like. I was I actually popped over to YouTube and looked at it, and it looked like it was fine. I thought, okay, maybe it's just a little hiccup. Well, I have a lot to say. I mean, I won't get into everything about the May 12th ruling and the lead up, this plan that Kaczynski and O'Kelly, they definitely had it in place. And we went through that last week. So I'll just refer to those comments because it just pisses me off so bad that they would. I mean, seemingly they knew that this is what the ruling was going to be.
Yeah.
Right?
I think they worked out in advance what Judge Fox was going to rule. But the important point there, guys, and I'll repeat it. In short, they were voluntary statements.
Yeah.
So I I checked up what the legal definition of a voluntary statement is. Jack 61, if we can have the next slide, please. Okay, so Judge Fox ruled that what Brendan said, he did it, he said it, it was a voluntary statement. Jack 61, do you see the slide?
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to read out what a voluntary statement is?
Sure. A voluntary statement in legal terms refers to a statement made by an individual freely and without any coercion or undue influence. For a statement to be considered voluntary, it must come from the individual's own free will without any pressure, intimidation, or external disturbances. This is crucial in a legal proceedings because only voluntary statements are typically admissible as evidence in court. For example, during a police interrogation, if a suspect provides information without being forced or threatened, that statement is considered voluntary. However, if the statement is made under duress or coercion, it may be deemed involuntary and thus inadmissible in court.
All right. So that's what a voluntary statement is. Let's go down the panel. Do you believe that Brendan Dassey, March 1st confession were voluntary statements? Jack 61.
Not at all. No. I think Brendan. I think Brendan did the best he could with the faculties that he had, but he had no experience. I mean, in reality, for me, I mean, it was bad enough what they did on March 1st when they went and got him, because I've had my comments about that. He had no idea he could tell these guys to go jump in the lake. He didn't.
And walk out. And walk out.
And walk out. That's right. Because I think if Brendan had had any kind of guidance or experience, and not guidance, but experience along these lines of dealing with police, and what they truly want is a statement.
Yes.
And which is that. So, yeah, no, I think he was completely overborne, and not just necessarily by words. Environment can play into that too. It's not just what they say; it's where you're at. They yanked him out of school. They took him to his house. Oh, your mom said we could talk to you. So that,
yes.
I mean, for Brendan, he's like, well, okay, all right, Anyway, no,
Yep.
I think he was completely overborne.
Okay, Neville, what about yourself? Do you think Brendan gave voluntary statements on March the 1st?
No, I don't think he did. I echo what Jack said. And yes, the environment, the surroundings, the circumstances of how everything happened, and also the horrible allegations all play in the mind of anybody. It doesn't have to be a 15-year-old who had some issues. So it could play tricks on everybody, but on the way they use the read technique, which is allowed. I'm not saying it's not allowed. I'm just saying that it's really maybe designed for adults of able mind.
Yep.
But they should definitely take a look-see for the kids. The kids.
Yep.
And I don't know how many people have ever been a part of a lawsuit, whether being deposed or actually being a witness. When you're there, even if they ask you, what color is the sky, you're gonna think about it because it's like, okay, I don't want to mess it up, so I'm gonna say this. The nerves really play part in it.
Yep. Really excellent comment.
Especially when you're younger and you're a whole lot more, I guess, you're worried about what you're going to say in front of other people. I mean, like Doc and I mean, I'm to the age, I don't know, maybe you too, Neville. You're still pretty young though.
I'm pretty young.
I know you are. But I'm at the age now that I just don't give a shit. I'm gonna speak my mind. I know Doc probably would too. And you look at me if you want. Give me the side glance or the sneer. I don't care. I'm going to tell you what I feel is the truth.
Yeah.
But when you're younger, it's not like that for most kids.
No, never.
And had he had a representation, trust me, there would be no dialogues over there whatsoever.
Zero. Yep, 0. Correct. So the thing, It's remarkable because Jack and I and others, we've had some incredible discussions on X and also in our Discord channel regarding Brendan Dassey. And it's remarkable how with Brendan, it's extremely polarizing. There are those that firmly believe in his guilt. There are those that firmly believe in his innocence. And here we've got a judge making a call on the voluntary nature of Brendan Dassey's statements. And it's remarkable. Judge Fox opined that they were voluntary statements, right? And of course, you have other judges like Judge Duffin who opined, no, they weren't voluntary statements at all. Release this kid. You can't use his March 1st confession, which
Well,
brings
I
up
think
bigger issues, doesn't it? Jack
yeah,
61.
well, I mean, yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think for
No, not at
Duffin,
all.
I mean, he didn't only look at March 1st or even later. He looked at everything of what they had done. Because it wasn't just one act, and to kind of try to cherry pick that out of this whole thing is wrong because that's not what happened. So I
Correct.
think and that Judge Fox, he did this. He just kind of cherry picked. Well, they put him on a nice soft sofa. They fed him some
Yeah,
sandwiches and some drinks, some soft drinks, and everything's good. I don't
yeah,
see anything wrong with that.
yeah.
So I think that for well, we'll get more into Judge Fox later and
We will.
our opinions, but
We will.
I think that you can't just put this in a vacuum for these particular few things on March 1st. I don't agree with it at all.
Correct. But Judge Fox made the ruling, right? He made the ruling, which meant that whatever Brendan said, his statements on March the 1st were admissible as evidence. Now, of course, there was no hard physical forensic evidence against Brendan because there was none. So they had to use his words, right? So it'll be interesting what people in chat think, whether Brendan gave a voluntary statement or his confession was coerced. So Jack 61, let's have a look at the aftermath of what happened. If we have a look at the very next slide, A3A, you can see the look on Dolores, I think that's Carla, and also Brendan's mum, Barb. They're devastated. And in the background, you can see Kaczynski. So this is what occurred directly after Judge Fox had made the ruling. And the question is, where is Kaczynski now going? Because apparently Len Kaczynski just had a brief word with the ladies you see here at the front, all devastated. Where do you think Len Kaczynski was going? If we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, it's interesting. Len Kaczynski met up with Michael O'Kelly. Now, you've got to remember at the back of your mind that both Michael O'Kelly and attorney Len Kaczynski they're meant to be representing Brendan, and Brendan is their own client. Both of them are meant to be defending him. So it's quite clear that after Judge Fox gave that ruling on May the 12th, the two of them got together, had a discussion. What is devastating is that they knew that Brendan, after Judge Fox's ruling, would be at a very vulnerable state, a very low point. Now, I'm going to give you a bit of analogy, and I'm not sure whether it's a good or a bad analogy, but if you've ever had to prepare for someone's funeral, right? Someone's funeral, a loved one, a family member, or whatever, and you call the people from the funeral home to come over your house to prepare a funeral. Most people will agree that when you've lost a loved one, you're at a very vulnerable low point. What do the people from the funeral home do when they're selling things? Oh, we recommend this. Oh, why don't you throw in this? Oh, why don't you upgrade the coffin? Or why don't you upgrade this? Has this ever happened to anyone?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I think probably pretty much anyone that's buried a loved one has been through that.
Correct. You are in a very vulnerable state, right? You're not thinking straight. Your mind is not thinking straight. You're in a very vulnerable position. They knew that Brendan was going to be in a vulnerable position because of what Judge Fox ruled. So Jack 61, if we have a look at the next slide, we can march through these pretty quickly. After Judge Fox did his ruling, you can see Brendan Dassey, he's all shackled up. He's surrounded by law enforcement officers as though he's the most violent criminal on the planet, and he's escorted back to Sheboygan County Jail, right? But O'Kelly and Kaczynski have got something lined up for him, right? Do we have any comments so far? All right, we're all good. So let's have a look at the next slide. So Judge Fox has made his ruling. Lo and behold, and I'll read it out. Brendan's lawyer, Len, has made arrangements for his investigator, Michael O'Kelly, to meet with Brendan immediately after Judge Fox's ruling, right? So put yourself in Brendan's shoes and the family's shoes. The judge said, no, your March 1st confession is coming in. It's not going to be suppressed. And it's pretty obvious that Brendan would be pretty upset, pretty devastated, right? This meeting between Brendan and Michael O'Kelly was planned in advance. So it occurred immediately after the judge had made his ruling. But Jack 61, Neverly, did you know that Brendan's own attorney, Kaczynski, never saw the interview?
Well, I know that's what he said for sure.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's what he said, that although I never saw the interview, we have this evil incarnate, whatever he said. And he didn't say the evil incarnate. Those are the Michael O'Kelly words. But he said something that my client is obviously guilty.
Yeah.
Something to that matter.
But Kaczynski never saw this interview with O'Kelly and Brendan. Do you guys believe it? That's correct.
Well,
That's
yeah.
correct.
I mean, I can believe it because the truth is, if Kaczynski had been there, he would have had to stop O'Kelly. And I can,
Correct.
this is a dead giveaway here. And, people can say whatever they want, but you can look at that table there and tell that this was a planned meeting.
Yeah.
Look at all that shit. Look at all that shit on the table.
Yep.
So O'Kelly didn't just gather that stuff up in 10 seconds.
No. So remarkably, Neverly and Jack, Kaczynski in the 2010 post-conviction hearings, which are gold, absolutely gold, Kaczynski admitted he had never seen the interview. He had never seen this interview with his own investigator, with Brendan.
Do we believe that?
I reckon he didn't.
I
wouldn't. I'm going to tell you, it's kind of a little hard for me to say this, but I'd almost believe that O'Kelly would have kept this from him because he had his own. I think he had his own game plan with all the shit that he did.
He did very much so. Now you got to remember
his game plan. I'm sorry, Dr. Silkman. His game plan, the way Michael O'Kelly acted, is to get Brendan to confess because Kratz sent him there for a clean confession, right?
That's the day after. That's the day after.
Yeah, but the thing is that Michael O'Kelly never talked to as representing Brendan since Kaczynski sent him there, right? So you would think that they're on the same team. They should have their client's best interest, regardless who it is, best interest in mind.
Correct.
But it was the very opposite.
It was the opposite.
Very opposite. And even Brendan had the balls, should I say this in the best possible way, he had the strength to go to the Judge Fox and say, hey, these people are not on my side.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep. Excellent point, Neverly. Don't worry, we'll cover all that later on.
We have a question from our friend JD. He says, at what point did Brendan get rid of the pair?
In August, I believe it was. I've got was it August the 25th? It was 5 months. 5 months, JD. So in other words, O'Kelly and also Kaczynski represented Brendan for 5 months and all the damage was done. You have to admit. Would you guys agree? The damage was already
Oh,
Yep.
by far. But I'm going to point out one more thing about O'Kelly that some of the newer people might not know, or might not know at all. And you guys may have forgotten, but remember the Nicole Brown case that we found out that O'Kelly was working for this lawyer in that case? And this was this is something that we looked at a case, not in depth, but anyway, this is a case actually that Ripper had brought to us. But O'Kelly was working for some lawyer, one of the defense lawyers that was representing her, and O'Kelly was going around and doing shit that he wasn't supposed to do at all. And that lawyer told him to cut it out and stop, and he kept doing it. He had to fire him. He had to fire him.
Yeah. There's something, the wheels in his head are not working properly because he's done this consistently. He's taken on roles that he wasn't meant to do. And even Kaczynski in the end had to admit that the worst thing he ever did was hiring Michael O'Kelly, right?
Oh, no doubt.
But here's the important thing, right? Brendan kept on telling Kaczynski and also O'Kelly that he's innocent, that he had nothing to do with Teresa Halbach, with what occurred to Teresa Halbach. We've seen through the documents that Brendan, from day one, was professing his innocence. And he goes, what I said on March the 1st, my confession was false. They told me what to say, I echoed it back. So keep in mind that O'Kelly and Kaczynski are meant to be representing Brendan, right? So if we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, I think it's a little clip. Do you have that? I think we've only got one clip. It's a short clip. Do we have that video?
Yes, I've got the clip.
Okay. So this little clip is what O'Kelly presented prior to Brendan walking into the room. Okay, we'll see if we can play that little clip.
Here we go.
Yep, awesome.
Okay. For some reason that's not working.
Oh, wait. Yep, hassles.
There we go.
And there's the ribbon.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Guys, any comments? Neverly, Jack.
The blue ribbon just kills it all because we know what happened in the trial afterwards when Michael Kelly, a grown-ass man, was bawling over the blue ribbons and what that represented to him. What kind of service is he doing over here? Who cries? I mean, I'm sorry to say, not that we're heartless, but you're a professional. You go to court to give facts, not to have an emotional outburst, especially a fake one. Jesus.
But he was crying because he got caught.
He got caught.
Yeah, of course, it was diversion.
But if you notice, yes, it was. You're correct, guys. But if you notice, they were all props. They're all forensic evidence, apart from the blue ribbon. So imagine Brendan, right? Remember, O'Kelly and Kaczynski are meant to be on Brendan's side.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine walking in. You can see in the picture here, right? You can see in the picture here, Brendan is sitting at like a school desk, and he's confronted with all this material right in front of him. Neverly, do you see the slide?
Which one?
The A6. Do you see it?
A6. Yes, I do.
Would you like to read the writing on the bottom of the slide?
Kaczynski stated that he was unaware that his own investigator had all the material to show Brendan Dassey during the interrogation. Kaczynski stated that he would not have approved this. La
Now,
ti da. This is neither
now,
here nor there.
yeah. Now, aren't you shocked, Jack 61?
Well, I got to tell you, I got a little problem with what Kaczynski's saying here, and I'll tell you why. I'm not saying that Kaczynski would have been aware of everything that he was going to do, but Kaczynski was aware that O'Kelly wanted all this stuff from the Appleton DC office and the prosecutor's office and yada, yada, yada. He was aware of that. Now, again, whether he knew that Kaczynski was going to throw this in Brendan's face, that I don't know. He says he wasn't, but.
Yeah. Yep. Correct.
I'm sorry for being cynical, but it's very hard to believe anything they say because their actions have proven something so far, at least to me, that I have to be skeptical.
Yes.
And if he's unaware that O'Kelly was going to pull a quick one on him and that he wouldn't approve if he knew about all of this, then why wasn't he there to begin with? What was the hurry?
That's correct. That's 100% correct, right? So O'Kelly got all this information, and Jack 61 is 100% correct. If we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, here's the proof, right? Here's the proof. O'Kelly had sent an email to Kaczynski on May the 7th. And in there, I quote, "I will need copies of the discovery such as," and it's all listed, right? So Kaczynski was fully aware of what O'Kelly wanted. And it's hard to believe that Kaczynski was unaware that he was going to use all these props for Brendan. So in a way, guys, would you agree? It's a form of psychology. It's a form of psychological abuse, because he's now putting all these props in front of Brendan to coax some type of feeling of guilt, remorse, Jack 61.
Definitely to coax a reaction out of Brendan of some kind, no doubt.
Yep, correct. So Michael O'Kelly got all this pieces of forensic evidence and photos, etc., etc. But the one which O'Kelly thought was going to be the most damaging is the one that Neverly has already spoken about. We can have a look at the next slide, Jack 61. And that was the blue ribbon, right? The blue ribbon. So what Michael O'Kelly did, he went to, according to what Michael O'Kelly said, he went to a floral shop and he got blue ribbon, and he got it made up to resemble the exact same blue ribbon that was found outside of Teresa's church. And that blue ribbon he put, you can see the prop over there, he put it in front of Brendan. And what is remarkable, and Neverly highlighted it, the blue ribbon caused O'Kelly to cry uncontrollably in the 2010 post-conviction hearings. The judge had to stop him several times. Same with the attorney, had to stop because Michael O'Kelly was constantly crying. It's interesting that the Dvorak, I think, asked him, "Where'd you get the blue ribbon from? Did you go to the church and grab it?" And remember what O'Kelly said? "Oh, I would never do that. I would never take it from a church." And he went to a floral shop and he got the blue ribbon made up. And this is a psychological prompt for Brendan. But guess what? Did Brendan react to any of the prompts?
No. None.
I bet Brendan was scared shitless, first of all, confused, and clearly confused because we saw him in that episode when O'Kelly asked him to sign the letter. Yes, I feel bad for, yes, I'm sorry for doing this, and no, I'm not sorry for doing this. It's like, wait a second.
Yep.
Even Brendan figured it out that this is a trick question.
Yep. 3 refs 4s is correct. It is a form of child abuse.
Psychological abuse.
Psychological abuse. People are horrified by what happened to Brendan. I'm talking about other attorneys, other lawyers. And just before I get you on, Jack 61 and Everly, I'm now studying another case, and Jack 61 knows what I'm going to say. The Delphi murder case in Indiana. I only know a little bit about it. I've been doing a little bit of research and reading about it. It is horrific. And the prime suspect, Richard Allen, I think his name, they placed him in solitary confinement, which is known as a prison within a prison, for 13 months. And 13 months by himself, under 24/7 guard, with the lights on 24/7, and a security camera inside his cell, and a guard outside his cell, and the guards had to write a report every 15 minutes. So you can imagine, this guy there's a presumption of innocence. They put him in a prison within a prison. They isolated him for over 13 months. And he was struggling with mental issues, and in the end he confessed. Right? Confessed to the murder of these two young girls.
Do we know why that they justified leaving him in solitary confinement that long?
Oh no. They've done nothing wrong. This is the point that I'm trying to make. The officers that put him in solitary confinement for 13 months until his will got broken, right? And he confessed, right? This is the problem. How do you know that the confession is real? How do you know it's pure? How do you know it's given by free will, right? And so you've got this issue whereby Brendan is constantly being told, you're lying, you did this, we don't believe you. And look what O'Kelly is now doing to Brendan, putting all these prompts in front of him. Now, just to get back to the Delphi case, again, guys, I've only just started reading it. Do you think they found any DNA evidence of him at the crime scene?
No.
No, no DNA evidence. Sure, there's some other bits and pieces and things that he said, but it's a very complex and convoluted case. If you see Richard Allen before and after, he's a shell of a man. He looks like a skeleton. He's only a small guy. So this is the danger of trying to solicit these confessions under incredible conditions. Sure, Brendan wasn't put in solitary confinement, but you don't have to, right? That's the whole idea of the read technique. And guess what, guys? What do you think O'Kelly did? What technique did O'Kelly use on Brendan? The
read technique.
The read technique on Brendan. Yeah. Yep.
And the thing is, when they were asking Brendan all this question, first of all, any statements that alleged suspect does, you would want to go and check it out, corroborate that with the evidence. They had nothing. They had absolutely nothing.
Correct. This is very much a case for Brendan on words. Jack 61.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out.
Yep.
It is. I just wanted to point out, since we're talking about this psychological kind of thing that O'Kelly was trying to attempt on Brendan on May 12th. Think back to last week and the week before, and we're reading through all of those pre-exam before the lie detector, what O'Kelly did.
Oh, yeah.
The way that those questions were, to me, this is somebody that studied psyops, or however you.
Yeah, yep, correct. But the disingenuous thing here, guys, was that Nyrider and Drizzen got one of the best polygraph examiners to have a look at the results that Brendan did of his polygraph test. And Brendan passed with flying colors. He was telling the truth. He had no involvement in the murder of Teresa Horbach. But watch what O'Kelly does to Brendan, right? So if we have a look at the next slide, Neverly, can you stay a little bit longer?
Yes.
Oh, you can. Great.
I will let you know. I will let you know when I have to go.
Awesome. So Dvorak asked O'Kelly, mate, what were you doing with all these prompts? Jack, are you able to read Dvorak which is
Yeah.
in green. And Neverly, would you like to read the answers, which are in
Sure.
purple? Yep. Let's go for it, Jack 61.
Okay. All right. Now, you laid these things out prior to Brendan coming into the room, right?
Oh, yes.
All right. And this was part of your plan to get a statement from Brendan, correct?
To get the admission, yes.
There it is in black and white.
Yep. In black
That's right.
and white.
There it is in black and white, guys.
Unapologetic about it.
No. And this is the most disturbing thing which I've seen constantly in people that solicit false confessions. The officers that get these false confessions never admit to any fault or wrongdoing. Right, Jack 61? Right, Neverly?
Never.
They never
Yeah, never.
admit they were at fault. And
Nope.
I think, Jack 61, you may have seen the example that I posted on our Discord channel, in which I think the gentleman's surname was Perez, in which he phoned up the police saying, my father's missing. I don't know where he is.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so when he got taken into the police station, the interrogators questioned him for 17 hours straight using the read technique. And guess what they accused Perez of doing?
Killing his dad.
Murdering his own father. And
There's
this
a
guy
problem.
said, don't say yet, Jack. Don't say yet. It got so bad that in the end, this poor guy went bananas, just totally lost his cool and confessed to murdering his father. And the investigators brought in a friend of his to talk to him during the interrogation to say, oh, look, mate, I think you killed your dad. They also brought the guy's dog. And the investigator said, your dog was a witness to the murder. How do you feel that your dog saw this? And this poor guy confessed to murdering his father. Jack 61, what was the problem?
His dad was still alive.
Oh.
He was at the airport. He was going on a trip or something.
But you know what? You know what the worst part of this is? Somebody rang up the investigators and said, mate, the guy's alive. He's here. We found him.
That's
the
right.
investigators did not tell Perez that they found his father alive. And you know what the investigators did? They got him admitted into a mental hospital.
That's right.
What?
So Perez
That's right.
could not make a phone call. No contact.
His
Right?
dad,
How
I
is this
think.
legal?
Well, I think his dad was finally able to get a call to him
Yes.
in that psychiatric ward, and it blew him away. I mean, he was already freaked out.
Yep.
But these cops, man, in that case, and I think that was in California, wasn't it, Doc?
I can't remember where it was because I only just looked at it very, very quickly. But the incredible thing is this, twofold. They interviewed the officers that did the interrogation. They said, oh, we did nothing wrong.
Yep, did nothing wrong.
And you know what?
Yeah, because go ahead, Doc.
They settled for $900,000 because they just wanted to get it off their books, but they never admitted fault.
Nope.
Right.
That's right.
So
there was a civil lawsuit and settled for $900,000.
Yep. So what I'm saying is this, guys. People do falsely confess. He admitted killing his father, right? And where his father was very much alive, the investigators knew that his father was alive because somebody told him, and they didn't tell him. They admitted him into a mental hospital.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable. So now, guys, what we're going to do, we're going to start reading the transcript between O'Kelly and between Brendan Dassey. So what we'll do, we'll stop it every now and then and we'll discuss. So, guys, are you ready? Neverly, you're doing Michael O'Kelly?
Oh,
I'm doing
hold on.
Michael Kelly.
I got to
Michael
take this
O'Kelly?
off for just. I got to take this off for just a second.
No hassles at all. So what we're going to do, we've actually got the transcript of what occurred between Michael O'Kelly and Brendan. So we'll read it. We can't do the whole lot because there's a lot. And so remember, look at what Brendan says. Look at how he changes his narrative. Look what he immediately does first. Now, remember, Brendan is sitting at that small table with all that so-called prompts in front of him. Guys, you want to start?
Yep. All right. I'm doing Brendan, and
I'm doing Michael Kelly.
Everybody's doing Michael O'Kelly. All right, here we go. This is May 12th, 2006. They were trying to do my bail today.
What do you understand is going to happen with your bail?
I don't know.
Give me an idea what you think.
That they might raise it or something?
Might what?
Raise the price.
That's a possibility. Let's do this. I'll show you some things here that I've laid out for you. This is your polygraph. Can you read up here?
Chuck said
Chuck
no.
said no. You can't see that far? Can you see what color it is?
Red.
Okay. Well, I'll read it for you. It says, deception indicated. Probability of deception is 0.98. That is 98%. What?
So yeah, he lied to him. He flat out lied to him.
He lied to him.
Yep. So what does that mean?
What do you think that means?
That I passed it.
It says deception indicated.
Says O'Kelly had lied to Brendan. That I failed it?
Yes. That doesn't surprise you. Let me show you some things. This
It's
is the
surprising.
original. Yeah. This is the original poster for Teresa Halbach. Okay. This is Teresa's website. This is her family. You see them in court, right? Okay. This is the last thing that Teresa saw. She saw this sign right here. Do you recognize this sign? What does this sign say?
Dead end.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
So first point, O'Kelly directly lied to Brendan.
She did.
The results weren't showing deception at all. At worst, they were showing they were inconclusive. However, if you notice, what he did was he weaponized the polygraph test. He's now already making Brendan on the back foot. Would you agree? On the back foot.
Agree.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have a question.
Yep.
When he said it shows 0.98, and then he goes, that's 98%.
Yeah, I think what they do is there's a scale. So the way O'Kelly said was he looks at a computer screen, and the computer screen gives a score. So it could either be no deception, or inconclusive. So I reckon he pulled 0.98 out of his ass and said, oh, yeah, 98%, which is implying that Brendan was 98% deceptive, showing deception.
Yeah.
Right?
To me, 0.98 is less than a 1, let alone 98%.
It's the scale that they use. So the scale will go from 0 to 1, right? And because it went to 0.98, you multiply by 100 to get the percent.
Yeah. Okay.
You
Okay.
go,
I didn't know the
98%.
scale.
And Brendan's going, I failed it. So straight away, what he's doing is he's putting Brendan in a very vulnerable position. A, they're going to raise your bail money, and B, mate, you failed your polygraph test. Then
and you become insecure, you doubt yourself, you're scared. It's like, oh shit, this is not good.
Except O'Kelly had no idea who he was dealing with. Right?
No.
Brendan, a very unique person. So they showed him, if we have a look at this picture here, the dead end sign. Now, you notice what O'Kelly is doing. He's leading and drawing Brendan into the crime scene. Agree?
Yeah.
He goes, this is the last thing that Teresa saw, dead end. And he asked.
Psychological moment.
Oh, yeah.
Dead.
So, yep. So look what O'Kelly says next on the next page. Shall we continue?
Yep.
Yes.
That's you, Neverly.
Sure.
Can you see it?
Yes. Okay. It's pretty prophetic, isn't it?
Brendan nods.
And this right here, what is that picture right there?
Our driveway,
Where is it going to?
my mom's house, Steve's house.
Okay. Teresa sees this sign right here that says dead end, and she goes down that road, right? And she ends up here at this red house, right? Whose red house is that?
Stevens.
Okay, she ends up in the bedroom. Top picture, like that. Before there, she has to go down the hallway, right? Showing pictures. Okay. Do you recognize this? It's inside Stevens. Can you think where that might be in his house?
Chick said no.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
Uh-oh.
okay.
We got trouble. We got trouble already, right? Because Brendan goes, I don't know what that is, right?
Yeah.
This is not good. This is not good. Okay, so we
Okay.
continue.
Do you recognize this right here?
Brendan inaudible.
Okay. What do you think it is?
The stuff they found on the inaudible.
Whose car is that?
I'm sorry, I lost my place there.
Almost to the end.
Okay, this
Where
okay.
it
Whose
car is-
car? Okay, I don't know.
Whose do you think it is?
Hey, we welcome
Oh.
Sunshine Christina.
Hey, Christina.
Hi, Neverly. Hi, y'all.
Hey.
Hi, Jax.
Hey,
All right, I'm going to mute so y'all can continue, okay?
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So straight away, we have a problem. Michael O'Kelly's showing him all these photographs. Brendan's looking at him. He doesn't recognize the bedroom, allegedly where all this ultra-violence and SA took place. He doesn't realize it, doesn't know it, doesn't even recognize the car. This can't be good. So shall we continue?
Sure.
Yep.
So the last question
Tari-
was, whose car do you think it was?
Teresa's.
Why do you think it's hers?
They said that it was a Toyota, and on the back it says Toyota.
That's pretty good. Recognize this photograph here?
I've seen it on TV.
Okay. Maybe looks something like this here. You know what building that is right there? That's Teresa's church. Now let me tell you this. I know everything I need to know at this stage except for two things. There are two things I don't know. What do you think they might be?
I don't know.
Think about it. Long pause. You have to put your hands down. I can hear you.
Maybe if I helped him.
Continue.
If I helped him with any of this.
Continue.
Brendan inaudible.
The two things I don't know is, are you sorry for what you did? And will you promise not to do it again? These are two things I don't know. I know everything else that I need to, but about this case, except for those two things. What I want you to do is make a decision. I want you to read this form, and then we're going to fill it out. You mark the boxes where you think the boxes should be marked.
Brendan reads form silently.
Are you sorry?
I don't know because I didn't do anything.
Gee.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
So look, immediately O'Kelly's got a problem. He's put all these prompts, including the ribbon. No response. No response from Brendan, right? There's no breakdown in tears. I'm sorry for what I did. Nothing. Doesn't recognize the car. Tells him where he saw it. I saw it on TV. This is not what O'Kelly wants to hear. So, you know where it says pauses, long pause? Man,
Yeah.
we're talking about like 30 seconds up to a minute of dead silence. Brendan's
Wow.
got
That's a
no
long
idea.
time.
A long, long time. That's why I highlighted it with the pauses. Brendan's going, what the fuck do I say now?
Right.
So notice the ultimatum that O'Kelly said to him.
It's an
I know
ultimatum.
everything about
That's
this
right.
case. I know everything about this case. The only thing I don't know is whether you're sorry or whether you will do it again. There was no option for innocence. Agree?
No, agree.
None. So Brendan is being led like a lamb to slaughter. The only option for you, mate, is to admit your guilt. Agree?
Agree.
O'Kelly is
Wow.
O'Kelly is hearing none of this, that I'm innocent. And Brendan's going, I don't know because I didn't do anything. He's
And this is
professing
another reason.
innocence.
If you think about an attorney being in there with him, he would have had to stop it.
Yes, correct.
Exactly.
Well,
Kaczynski's
Plus,
not
he
there.
was asking him a compound questions, and he's leading him down to this, as you said, ultimatum. There is
And not,
Correct.
no other options.
Nope.
and not just that, this is supposed to be his defense attorney's assistant to help prove his innocence, because as a 15-year-old, you're not going to think they're doing an okey doke trying to, you know what I mean? Because you
No.
want to believe that they're doing it for the right reasons.
Correct.
Right.
This is a month. What date? What's the date on this?
May 12th.
May 12th.
May 12th.
May 12th. After
So
the judge threw out the motion.
So 2 months after Wiegert and Fassbender had done what they did,
Interrogation. Yep.
he's been isolated from his family.
Yes.
He had so this is probably very PTSD-ish, like trauma inducing, because the last time he ended up getting arrested for something he didn't do. And so
Correct.
now he's trying to use his limited experience to figure out how not to get himself in worse trouble when he didn't do anything wrong. And
Correct.
the guy who's supposed to be helping him is really not helping him.
Yep, you got it. O'Kelly and Kaczynski had already filled everything out, already got the form ready. All Brendan had to do was agree, sign it, write down, admit to his wrongdoing, and they would have handed it straight to Kratz.
Yep.
That's
what he wanted.
Correct. So you're correct, Sunshine Christina, Neverly, Jack 61. There was no option for innocence. This was very much a guilt. I want you to confess. And Brendan is already saying, I don't know because I didn't do anything. But it gets worse, guys. Can we have a look at the next page?
Yeah, but okay, check this out. So O'Kelly is working for Kaczynski, right?
Correct.
What did Kaczynski tell O'Kelly what to do? Because he gave him pretty much only one option, which is guilty, sorry, not sorry.
Oh, correct. Brent, you got to understand, and we all do, Kaczynski thought his client, Brendan, was guilty. Because remember what Kaczynski was saying from day one, before even speaking with Brendan, that Stephen Avery is evil incarnate. He led him down a criminal path. We're going to try our best to do a plea deal. So they believed in the guilt of their own client. So now what they needed to do was to get a confession, another confession from Brendan. There was no bargaining of innocence. There was no option of innocence. Are you sorry or are you going to do it again? And Brendan's going, but
I didn't do anything.
What if I didn't do this? What if I falsely confessed? No option.
And
Right there at the bottom of this page. Are you sorry? I don't know because I didn't do anything.
Correct.
And even their choices of words for the options, are you sorry? Are you going to do it again? Is kind of like making him want to say, I'm sorry, because I'm sorry I'm in this situation. Yeah, I'm sorry I ever met you. You can rationalize admitting to being sorry and it not being an admission of guilt, which kind of, maybe that's kind of what Nyrider meant when she talks how they overbore his will, because it seems like a out without lying to yourself to do it. Do you see how he could I could see how he could make that be okay.
But it was a
Correct.
no way out
Okay.
for Brendan. No matter
way
what he said,
Yep.
no matter what he said, he's going to
Yep.
end up in the guilty box.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. So this is already pre-designed, guys. It's already pre-designed, pre-packaged. All right. Shall we continue? Neville, can you
Sure.
continue?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Awesome.
Michael Kelly, Brendan, look at me. If you're not sorry, I can't help you. What I don't want you to do is spend the rest of your life in prison. Can you look at me? Do you want to spend the rest of your life in prison? You did a very bad thing.
No option for innocence right there again.
Yep.
Brendan.
No.
Yeah, but I was only there for fire, though.
Brendan, you haven't told me the truth yet. Listen to me carefully. Why don't you look at me? Brendan, look at me, please. This is your choice.
Motherfucker.
Uh-huh. Listen very carefully. Somebody is going to cooperate and tell the truth. I prefer it's going to be you. If it's not, because your confession has been admitted, you heard that today. Right now, they're asking for life plus 72 years. That's your greatest exposure right now. If you tell the complete truth, not just part of the truth, there's a door opened for you. You will still have to serve some time in prison, like 32 years. You don't get to go home now. Somebody died, but this is your chance to tell the truth. If Steve Avery decides to get up and lie and testifies against you, then he may get an offer and a deal with the prosecutor's office, and that's my concern. Right now, only the two of you know what happened inside the crime scene. You know what happened. You know why it happened. You know what time it happened. But like I said, I don't know if you're sorry. I don't know if you're going to do this again. Those are the two things I don't know. Steve right now is saying that you are to blame for part of this, and so is Bobby. Are you aware of that?
Brendan shakes head no.
Is Bobby to blame for any of this?
No.
So
Wow.
notice what Kelly's doing. He's putting himself up against his uncle, between Brendan
Yeah.
and
Yeah, he
Stephen.
wants
That's
him
right.
to make a deal.
Yep. So he's saying that Stephen is going to rat on Brendan and blame Brendan for everything. So O'Kelly is trying to impress the point. Now's your time, buddy. Now's your time to tell the truth. And Brendan's going, yeah, but I didn't do anything. Oh, now notice what he said. I was there only for the fire,
Mm-hmm.
which
Right.
indicates that when he phoned his mum up on May 13th, one day after, he goes, did you do it? Some of it. He did some of it. He helped his uncle clean the yard and put rubbish on the fire. Guys, would you agree?
Totally.
Yeah. Actually, I think they just finished burning what they had already gathered up the day before. That's what I think.
Very likely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very
He wasn't there an hour and a half, 2 hours tops.
Exactly. So Brendan's trying to think, I helped with some of it, but
Right.
what the hell is he getting at here? Right? All right, shall we continue?
But he's okay. I'm sorry. But look at him. He was putting so much pressure on him, telling him, hey,
Oh, yeah.
Steven's gonna totally like throw you under the
Correct.
bus. And so will Bobby. Like you have to be the first one to throw them under the bus.
Right.
Correct.
But he goes, you haven't even told me the truth. Then how the fuck do you know that he's guilty?
Yep. Yeah, he's trying to solicit a confession.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay. Continuing. So they talked about last question was, is Bobby to blame for any of this? And Brendan said no. Michael O'Kelly, did he see the girl?
He seen her when he left to go bow hunting.
Okay.
Only saw the rav for her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Steve says that she and Bobby were together. Is that the truth?
No,
How do you know it's not the truth?
because I'm friends with the friend's brother, and they said that they go hunting together.
Remember how you told Detective Wiegert, his name is Mark, right? He's a pretty good guy, right? Oh my God. He
I don't
goes,
know.
I don't know. He was nice to you?
Brendan shrugs.
Do you remember telling Mark about a bullet? Remember that?
I never seen the gun that day.
Well, guess what? What you described to Mark and to Special Agent Fassbender turned out to be completely true because the DNA is from Teresa that's on the side, one side of the bullet that's in the garage on the floor. He shows the picture. That's the bullet. Long pause. Eventually, Brendan starts writing on form. What'd you decide to do?
Chuck, I'm sorry for what I did.
Oh my God. That's a good beginning. Continue. Oh.
Brendan writes.
Right. Okay. Now we need to divert a little bit.
Okay.
O'Kelly weaponized item FL against Brendan. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What did O'Kelly focus on to show Brendan? The bullet item FL. And Brendan's looking at it going, it's got Teresa's DNA on it.
Right.
Right. And notice what Brendan does. After a long pause, he starts to write on the form.
Yep.
Because O'Kelly said to him, well, we found the bullet in the garage and oh my God, it's got Teresa's DNA on it. Right? Now, remember, this is very early on in the investigation. This is way before Dr. Palinek comes on board. But O'Kelly cleverly used item FL against Brendan.
That's right.
Right? And Brendan goes, it's got Teresa's DNA? Shit. She must have been shot in the garage, but I never saw the gun. Right?
Right.
Neverly.
Yes.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah, but good for Brendan, who kind of see, he didn't lie. He said Wiegert was nice to you. He goes, oh, I don't know, right? He didn't want to admit something that was not correct. But yes, I agree with you that he was focused on the bullet. Who shot her in the head?
On the bullet.
I'm just gonna ask it. Yeah. Who shot her on the head?
Correct. So let's have a look now with the benefit of hindsight. Can we have a look at the next picture, J61? So this is item FL, right? I found that after the search warrant, after Mark Wiegert said to Brendan, who shot her in the head, right? So Brendan never brings up a shooting scenario, ever. It's suggested to him and spoon-fed to him by Mark Wiegert. And then Brendan goes, well, Stephen did. Obviously, if Brendan never saw the gun, never shot the gun or whatever, it had to be Stephen. And I asked him, how come you never told us? And the answer was, because I couldn't think of it, right? So This is a very clever strategic move by O'Kelly. He showed him this picture. Guys, see that bullet there? That's got Teresa's DNA on it. And Brendan thought very long and hard and then started to write and said, I'm sorry for what I did, right? Because remember, if Brendan is 100% innocent, and I believe he is, I believe he's now convinced that his uncle killed Teresa. Would you guys agree? That's the impression that O'Kelly is doing with the bullet.
At that point in time, absolutely.
At that point in time, right? Brendan must be thinking, huh? They found the bullet in the garage where I was, and it's got Teresa's DNA on it. So he ticks, I'm very sorry for what I did, right? But item FL is an extremely problematic piece of forensic evidence. But at the time, they didn't know. Neverly, do you have a comment?
No, I'm sorry. I am just keeping it open.
Yep. All right. No worries. So now, Kratz writes this in his book, and we need to read it. Sunshine Christina, do you see it?
Which part?
It's 3A3, slide 3A3. Do you see it on the screen?
The one that starts the most important?
Yeah. So now
Yes.
this is Kratz in his book. This is what he writes about item FL. If you can read it, that'd be awesome.
The most important pieces of evidence to come out of this garage search, it turned out, were bullets, plural, more precisely, 2 bullet fragments. Special Agent Kevin Himero, a young DCI investigator, had been assigned the responsibility of coordinating the search of the garage that evening. He would testify at trial that 1 bullet fragment had been located in a crack in the garage's cement floor, flattened until it resembled the head of a roofing nail. It was too deformed to be of much use, held no DNA, and couldn't be matched to any specific gun.
That's
The
item
second-
FK. Item
Yeah.
FK. Yep.
The second bullet told a different tale. As he would tell the jury, Himrell discovered this bullet while on his hands and knees as he shined his flashlight under a large green air compressor at the back wall of the garage. The bullet was almost intact. What does that even mean? And he carefully recovered the object, placing it in a small evidence box for later processing at the lab. It would bear traces of Teresa Halbach's DNA. This was the forensic discovery I had hoped for. Physical evidence tying Stephen Avery to Teresa's murder. This bullet was the game changer. It would make my case.
Okay. Be under no illusion how important item FL was, right? And O'Kelly used it against Brendan in when he interrogated him after the judge said, "No, but the motion to suppress is out." So Brendan is now confronted with this bullet that's come from the garage and it's got Teresa's DNA on it. He must be thinking, shit, I was helping my uncle either on the 30th or the 31st cleaning up in the garage. I was there. And remember, we'll talk about it in a second. Remember what Fassbender said to him at Fox Hill, Jack 61? What did it look like? And what did Brendan say about what was on the ground?
Looked like oil. Smelled like that. Smelled like oil.
Like oil. So
Yep.
Brendan is thinking, wait a minute, I was there. They now found a bullet with Teresa's DNA on it. So if we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, that's very, very clever. Now, of course, they didn't know this about item FL. Here's the tragedy. In 2017, Dr. Pelinek from Microtrace Analysis looked at item FL under very high-powered microscopy and also did chemical analysis on the bullet. This is looking from the top of the bullet down, right? So when he did his intensive analysis on the bullet, remember, he's got no skin in the game, right? He found that the bullet contained embedded wood shards. There were no shards of bone, none whatsoever. So if this bullet, .22 caliber bullet, strikes bone, it gets embedded with shards of bone, right? Then you isolate your DNA from that, boom. But he found no evidence, no chemical evidence or visual evidence of any bone shards. It contained wood, it contained red paint, it contained wax, and it contained cotton fibers. Mate, this bullet never struck Teresa Halbach in the skull, right? It clearly was not the bullet that caused her death. And furthermore, one can explain how the DNA got on the bullet. Because remember, and Jack 61, I don't want to trigger Jack 61, but you know that it's very, very a piece of forensic evidence that's tainted because Cohane had contaminated the PCR negative control, had to be thrown out. Let me tell you right now, one thing that I did follow in the Delphi case is the forensic evidence. And the lady who presented the forensic evidence spent all day going through everything, meticulous. And guess what? in that particular trial in Indiana that's happening now, the Delphi murder case, the jury are permitted to ask questions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I was telling you, Doc. Some states
interesting.
they allow that.
And guess what they asked the technician about the DNA?
God.
Can you tell me what your quality controls are for your processes?
Oh.
That's actually a really good question.
And
So
I
a
just
question that would have that would have been a question that Norm Gahn, he would have had probably a couple of heart attacks right on the spot and fell.
Yep. So you remember how Buting pressed Culhane saying, well, what about this and what about that? The jury itself asked that very question to the lady who presented the DNA evidence in the Delphi case. Or what about the quality control? What do you ensure to do this? What do you ensure to do that? So they were cognizant of the fact of how careful you have to be when you're doing this forensic analysis. What Culhane got away with, what Norm Gahn got away with, if they had the same jury in the Delphi murder case, they would have thrown it out. They would have said, Judge, you can't present this evidence. The controllers are contaminated. So what I'm saying is they use this as an effective tool against Brendan. Now, along comes Chris Palahniuk and debunks Ida FL. No matter how you look at it, Kratz had to amend his book. So if we have a look at what Kratz wrote about Ida FL after Palahniuk came on the scene, who would like to read this one out?
I can do
I'll
it.
read it. Or you got it, Neverly?
Neverly,
Yeah,
you got
it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Look what Kratz said now about Ida FL.
Kathleen Zellner sets up her very own straw man by falsely claiming that the state's theory, as presented to the jury, was that item FL, a bullet found under a compressor in the Avery garage, was the bullet that passed through Teresa Halbach's skull. My blood is already boiling.
Yep.
Ma'am, too, then proceeds to, quote, knock down, end of quote, the strawman by proving, in quotations, the recovered bullet has no skull material attached to it. In fact, great effort is made to prove that the almost pristine bullet could not have passed through 2 layers of bone, the entrance wound to the skull and the exit wound, apparently showing just how dishonest Ken Kratz had been from day one of this prosecution effort.
That's the only honest thing he wrote in his book.
Exactly.
He was dishonest. But guys, do you see what he's done? He's now backtracked. Yep. He goes, oh shit, there's no bone shards in item FL.
Gaslighting.
So,
yeah.
Yes. So now he is gaslighting. He's saying, well, I never said anything about it passing through the skull, and yet you saw how it panned out in the court. Correct, Jack 61? Correct, Sunshine Christina?
Yes.
Beverly?
Yes, that it says that it's the bullet. Well, because you said that, you idiot. Yeah.
Correct. Okay.
There's just one problem. The state's actual trial theory was that item FL, the bullet containing Teresa Halbach's DNA, passed through soft tissue, not bone. What? Did she swallow it?
No, he never said it. He never said that it passed through soft tissue at all.
Exactly. Well, how would that happen anyways?
Correct.
Unless she swallowed it. Therefore, the fact that no bone was found on it refutes exactly nothing. I should know, it was my theory. Nowhere in almost 7 weeks of trial transcripts will you find me claiming that item FL was the bullet that caused either of the 2 entrance wounds found by Dr. Eisenberg when examining fragments of Teresa's skull. Just because the state found 2 bullet fragments and 2 entrance wounds does not mean that a pair of findings is in any way related. To advance a headshot theory for those bullets, we would also have needed to uncover evidence of exit wounds in other skull fragments. None were found.
He's got no fucking idea. Jack 61.
Well,
he's
just talking gibberish.
That's right. Then why did you bring in 2 bullet fragments and 2 skull fragments. If your implication was that those 2 bullets didn't cause it. I
And
mean,
Dr.
it's just,
Jensen. And Dr. Jensen.
and Dr. Jensen. That's right. That's right.
Bullet through brain with blood.
That's
But
right.
you see how misleading that is, guys. He goes, "Oh, we only found cranial bone fragments with entrance wounds. We never found any cranial bone fragments with an exit wound." But he just forgot that even a bullet causing an entrance wound will have bone shards in it. You don't need
That's right.
Of course.
right?
Of course.
So he just contradicted himself. So notice how he backed away from Ida Mafel. But remember, you've got O'Kelly showing a picture of Ida Mafel to Brendan, saying, "Mate, we found this bullet in the garage and it's got Teresa's DNA. If it's got Teresa's DNA in it, it's got to mean that Teresa was shot in the garage." Agree?
Well, I mean,
That's the implication.
yeah,
That's the implication.
that's right. Even if Brendan knows that didn't happen, he knows that they're saying that. So he's in a corner, and like, what do I do? I mean, and he hasn't been he has no clue how to even have a conversation about this stuff. He's a 15-year-old kid. This guy's supposed to be on his side, and he's
Correct.
sitting there I just could not fathom how. No wonder there's no emotion. He's like traumatized from like, what the heck?
But sunshine, imagine you're Brendan. You're sitting in that room, and O'Kelly puts up a picture of Ida Mafel and says, "That bullet that was found in your uncle's garage, and it's got Teresa's DNA, the victim's DNA on it." He must be thinking, what do I say now?
Yeah, I mean,
Correct,
because here's the two, for me, the two most obvious things I would be thinking if I was Brendan in that moment would be, well, they're framing him again, right? They're using fake DNA again, right? Because they use, like, I'm sure the stories they were told while Stephen was going through the appeals process, because he hung out with his grandma, and we know his grandma did a lot of work on the case.
Yes.
So I'm sure, she talked about how they made the evidence up against him in the PB case.
Yes.
Or like, how did he kill her? And none of us knew about it. And how did that get there? But
Correct.
I would think it would be more leaning. I think the reason he didn't crumble and allow his will to be overborne this one, like he was able to with Fassbender and Wiegert, was because he knew Stephen didn't do it. And so he knew that the only way that they were ever going to get out of this is if he didn't help them. And so how do you not help them? You continue to proclaim your innocence, continue to say what you think is going to be recorded in a way that's going to help you, right? And so just tell the truth.
Which is what he did in the very first self-interview form. Mm-hmm. Correct, guys?
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
April the 16th. He wrote it all out. He goes, hey, he didn't mention Teresa, he didn't mention the RAV4, didn't mention anything. He proclaimed his innocence. Now they're confronting him again, thinking, oh, the judge has now tossed out the motion to suppress. We got him. Boys, we got him. Correct? So he slaps Ida Mafel in front of him. And Neville, did you have a comment?
Yes, somebody in the chat, Justin Stricken in the chat says, hello, Justin. He said, a bullet can pass through many places, not hitting the bone. A bicep is just one of the examples. Yes, I agree with you. Right. However, we're talking about the brain. So how could a bullet strike only soft tissue and the brain and miss the skull and all the other bone structures in the face?
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Luke Haig, did the analysis where he got ballistic gel, right? That simulates a human flesh and the composition of human flesh. And he fired the bullets, the .22 bullets, in the ballistic gel. The width of a human head, the bullet never went through. The bullet, the point is this: the bullet lost penetration power. It's a .22 caliber bullet. So think about this: if the bullet struck the body, it's got to go through the body, right? In, out, and it's got to have enough energy to embed in a wall and pick up wooden shards and leave no biological trace on the bullet, correct? So hence, you can't explain how this bullet ended up with no biological matter on it, no blood, no bone, no tissue, no muscle, no hair, zero. Nothing on the bone, nothing on the bullet itself. But it had to have struck a wall in high velocity because it had wood shards. And Kathleen Zellner reproduced it by firing bullets through Stephen Avery's wall. And guess what the bullets resembled? IMFL. Right?
Yeah.
IMFL. Whereas when Luke Haig fired the .22 round bullet, caliber bullets, into bovine scapulars, the thickness of a human skull, every bullet had shards of bone embedded in it. That's why Kratz now had to reverse and go, oh shit, that's not the bullet that killed Teresa. Plus, Jack 61, did they find any lead in the burn pit?
No.
Where are
No.
these 10 bullets that got fired into Teresa? They're nowhere.
That's right.
They're nowhere. So, but there's another huge problem. There's no blood. There's
That's
no
right.
blood in the garage that belongs to Teresa Halbach. So Kratz now had to write this in his book. Right? Shall we read the next page?
Sure.
Who
Just
would like to read the next page? Jack 61.
just one comment that I'll leave with Justin. And I understand what he's saying, but at the same time, if the intent was not to link Atom FK and Atom FL to the two skull fragments, then why introduce them other than to say we found these bullet fragments and here's this DNA? The skull fragments.
Correct.
But they did. This was a running theme, basically, almost from the beginning of the trial.
And then they abandoned it.
They actually
Yeah.
testified in Stephen's trial that
Jensen.
Yeah, it was Jensen, wasn't it? Thanks.
Correct.
And this is me paraphrasing because it's been a while since I've reviewed this. But they testified that her death was caused by a gunshot to the head.
Correct.
It was
Homicidal
beveled,
violence.
the skull fragments from a gunshot. They had somebody testify about, like, what was it? The lead fragments on the x-ray. Yeah, I mean,
Correct.
they really sold this as a
Correct.
GSW to the head.
Correct.
And so that's why Kratz is trying to shift, because he knows the story they presented at trial. And
Well, he never said in anywhere that I can remember in the trial anything about passing
Nope.
these bullets passing through soft tissue. Do you
No,
remember anything like that, Doc?
No.
he
No.
didn't, but Fallon
Yeah.
elicited testimony from Jensen that very much said that. Because
It struck
I
head. It
actually-
struck the skull. It
yeah,
struck the skull. Jensen said it struck the skull.
I actually had to, I got into a debate on Reddit because Kratz himself may not have said it, but Fallon very much had it put on the record that that's what happened.
Exactly. Why would they even show the skulls with the beveling? And they talked about that radio opaque under the microscope, blah, 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 x-rays and so forth. There's a few really good comments pertinent to this area that we're covering right now. If you don't mind, I would like to read them out.
No, go for it.
Okay. Stuart King, hi Stuart. He says they showed the beveling on the skull to highlight it was a bullet that passed through. That's what I
Correct.
took from the trial evidence. Exactly.
Correct.
We agree. Otherwise, it's like pointless. Why would you say it, right?
Correct. Correct.
Bruno Beauty said, if item FL had passed through tissues, it would have more biological material than the DNA found,
It would have had a
which is
huge amount
also
of
true
DNA. It would have had a huge amount
because
of
it's
DNA
a
on it.
highly
Correct.
vascular, highly
Correct.
vascular, right?
Correct.
And
Correct.
Bruno continues, plus the test results of the DNA conducted by the state should have been thrown out. No evidence at all. Correct.
100%.
Right?
Item FL should have never
Yeah.
been admitted into
Yes.
evidence. And that's why I
But
brought up
that
the
was the
Delphi.
game changer, right?
Correct.
Then Stuart King says there is no emotion from Brendan because there is no emotional trigger or memory of being present at all alleged events to have any
Zero.
emotional reaction from him. So he's just looking at like what are you talking about? What the
And
fuck
that-
is going on over here?
And that's why Kelly said to Kaczynski, he's a kid without a conscience.
Well, because
Because he never reacted to anything.
Well, because they had to sell why there was no reaction. So what do you come up with? That's the only thing that's going to be half-ass believable is that he doesn't feel emotion. But when you actually view the entirety of what was done with him, what he was in shell shock from like being in the midst of a very traumatic event, and he shut down because look at what Wiegert and Fassbender did to him is just it's
unconscionable.
It really is. There's no other word for it because they knowingly elicited a false confession from a kid who had never committed a crime in his life.
But they don't care.
No,
they don't care. And they have no remorse. Fassbender, you've got to understand, Fassbender and Wiegert have no remorse because they've done nothing wrong. Every false interrogation I've seen, right, Jack 61, they talk to the investigators. Not one of them ever admit they've done fault. Nope. This Rick Allen, who they stuck in solitary confinement for over 13 months, they said, oh, that's normal. We did nothing wrong. So no one can admit that they've done something incorrect. Now, you think about it. If a person under those conditions of deprivation of your senses, he's got no idea whether it's nighttime or dark or light, he's in a hole for 13 months, and then he has a mental breakdown, and then he confesses. You go, shit, did he give that confession voluntarily, or did he do it just to get the hell out?
Well,
so now
yeah, and I'm going to say this because it needs to be said, because we need to recognize what really goes on in a lot of prisons. So they that made it public that he was, eating his own excrement and stuff like that. If that was going on and it was being allowed, they had other inmates doing 24-hour watches to watch him. There was likely a lot of other things occurring to this man, being done to this man by inmates. As someone who has known people who have done prison time, I'm telling you, prisoners will do anything to each other for extra privileges, for things like that, especially if they believe that person, if they're told that person is responsible.
Children.
Yep.
Children. Oh my God.
Yep. And so he was probably at his, breaking point mentally, physically, emotionally. And if they'd have told him to, do any number of things, he probably would have done them to get the pain to stop. And that's just my opinion.
It is shocking. But getting back to this case, because I could talk for hours on the Delphi case, and I just got into it. They had another problem. There was no blood. So look what Kratz says about the blood, the lack of blood, of Teresa's blood in the garage. Now, remember, there's meant to be a 10 shooting scenario, including twice to the skull, left temple, back of the head. One would expect there to be a bloodbath, but there's no blood. Look what Kratz right. Who would like to read this one out?
I can read it out.
Okay, Jack 61.
Portable floodlights illuminated the interior, which was filled with shit, Steven shit, tools, gas cans, lawnmowers, painting supplies, and rusted junk sat in sloppy piles. Teresa Halbach died here, according to Brendan. I was convinced, and Mark and Tom agreed, that evidence of her murder lurked therein, amid the shit. With Avery's, what's that word? Detritus removed from the garage, officers jackhammered chunks of concrete out of the floor, looking for blood that might have soaked through the cracks. Unlikely they'd find any. I thought from the beginning, I theorized that Stephen put down a tarp on which to lay Teresa. My theory remained viable. The concrete floor reacted to the chemical limonol, which glows under blacklight to indicate the presence of blood on surfaces. But limonol doesn't just detect the presence of human blood. Its neon glow is also triggered by animal blood, some bleaches, and metals. Analysts did follow-up tests to identify the substance as human blood, but in this case, those tests came back inconclusive. No expert would be willing to testify that blood was present in Avery's garage in great quantities.
You know why?
Oh my God.
Because there
wasn't any.
There was
There was
none.
no blood, right?
Can I go first?
Neverly.
Okay. Let's do this paragraph by paragraph. In the first one, he is talking about Stephen's shit, right? So again, talking bad about the suspect.
Yes.
Then
Vilifying.
vilifying. Then Teresa Halbach died there, according to Brendan. Then he says that the officers were unlikely to find some blood in the concrete, he thought. But then from the beginning, he theorized, that's the key word, theorized that Stephen put down a tarp and then put Teresa there and shot her, right? So it's just a theory. The way he presented it in court was like a fact. There's no proof. And then he goes, but still, hey, my theory is still viable, right? Because it's not because I'm so smart, but because there's luminol. Hey, luminol is my friend. It will show blood. But then again, he says here that luminol is triggered by animal blood, bleaches, metals, but it came back inconclusive. So the way if I didn't know anything about this case, and if I read this Kratz's bullshit that he wrote, you know what I would conclude? That this Brendan lied, first of all, that Stephen is he's a hoarder, it's all disorganized in his garage, and that no expert could confirm that she died there. Therefore, what Brendan said was bullshit. So I don't know how this plays into his theory.
The reason why, Neverly, is because they can't let Ida Mafel go. Under no circumstances can the state get rid of Ida Mafel. Because if they get rid of Ida Mafel as a contaminated piece of forensic evidence, then there's no evidence that Teresa's in the trailer, no evidence that she's in the garage, which means that it really, really weakens the state's narrative. Furthermore, it discredits Brendan, right?
And it also takes away the link between Stephen, a weapon,
the bullet,
projectile, and cause of death.
Correct.
So it's very essential in keeping. So in order to prove a murder, you have to have proof of death, right? You have to have a suspect, and you have to have evidence that ties them to a crime being committed. And that, this is held together by so little factually
shocking.
It is like, because, and it has to be on the record. That's a key. I'm learning that is huge. What
Yep.
is
Yes,
on the record?
the record.
Is
That's
the
right.
truth.
Yes, because
Is regarded
yes.
as the truth.
Yeah, because if it's
And-
on the record, it doesn't matter if it's true. It is factual evidence recorded against you in that case. And so
And-
that's what you got to work with.
Exactly. It doesn't matter what the truth is. So whatever is on the record, that's what you need to deal with and address it.
So
That's considered the truth.
yeah, so
Consider
I
the truth. Correct.
I heard a really good quote, and I'm gonna share it. Justice dies in the dark.
Yep.
That is huge, because if we don't, if we bury the truth in order to preserve whatever this is, the win, I guess. I don't even want to call it that, because, you know, there's so much more at stake than winning in this case. It was much more than that, I believe. But the truth has never been told publicly. It definitely is on the record. And I don't think very many probably know what really happened here, you know?
Right.
No, after all these years, almost 10 years of research, I have no clue what happened there.
No,
I have no clue what happened to Teresa.
no,
No.
I don't
I
either.
still have no idea.
So, all
Or
right.
who did it, or how it was
Yeah.
done, or nothing.
So impromptu poll of the panel by one panel member. How many people think Brendan is in any way responsible? And in the chat, like, let me know in the chat. How many people here believe Brendan could be responsible for something that caused Teresa Halbach's disappearance?
Not a chance in hell.
I don't think he's ever met her.
Zero.
No, nothing.
We do have an interesting question from Stuart from just a minute ago. Were there pictures of luminol reactions in the garage submitted in evidence at either trial? Yes,
Yes.
we've got them.
Yes. Especially the ones around the lawnmower, right?
Yes.
So you've got to understand that luminol is a presumptive test. It's not definitive, right? Doesn't mean that because it glows. So basically you got a spray, reacts with the iron in hemoglobin, and it glows. You got to turn off all the lights and immediately shine a certain fluorescent light. Fluoresces. It's a presumptive test, which means it doesn't say that it's definitive. A definitive test means 100% you've detected blood. Luminol doesn't detect human blood. It can detect any type of blood, but there's one problem. Luminol reacts with bleach. It also reacts with metal. This is a garage that's got cars, got vehicles. What do you think is going to be on the ground? All the stuff that reacts with luminol.
If you've had an oil leak or whatever that you cleaned up, there's metal shavings all in burned oil.
So Kratz was trying to make the point, oh yeah, but you know, there was luminol reaction, but nobody was willing to say that there was blood in the garage because they reported it facts. We can't prove that there's blood. We did swabbing. The only blood we found belonged to Stephen, not the victim. Plus, you think about a shooting scenario where you get microspray of blood everywhere. You can't control where it goes. That luminol spray, did they find any evidence of any blood spatter anywhere? Answer? No.
The only blood spatter is the little bit in her truck.
Yeah.
In the truck. So outside of the RAV4, there's none of Teresa's blood. That's a red flag right there. None of Teresa's blood outside the RAV4, right? So they went in. They luminol tested remember, this is months after the fact. Now, interestingly, when they went back in the garage in March with a torch, they found item FL. But Jack 61, remember the picture I put up in November with the torch on the ground right next to the compressor?
Yep.
Did they find item FL then?
Nope.
No, no. And there's a torch right there, right next to the green compressor.
That's
So
right.
either they missed it or who knows what, right? So they jackhammered the concrete. They're looking for blood. So Kratz now had to say, hey, you know why there was no blood? Because Stephen used a bulletproof tarp.
Yeah, that was
When,
BB's
when
favorite.
when did Brendan, who was there, meant to be there, ever mention we wrapped Teresa up in a tarp?
Not once.
Well, I was gonna say that. So here's his, he's theorizing with this whole tarp bullshit theory. He's also saying about item FL and
Yep.
oh, sorry. Thank you, Siri. Thank you, Siri. Bye. Oh, shit. How do I turn it off? Bye, Siri.
I turn off all my series. Yep, correct. So now Kratz has to backtrack. Neville, you're right. Did you fix up your
Yes,
series?
yes. So he's theorizing about that. Now he's backtracking about the bullet, the item FL and the cranial thing, and never struck the bone, but there's brain material and soft tissue, whatever. Item FL is worth a shit, right?
Correct.
There was no evidence whatsoever in the trailer, on the property, nothing except for the car. The car is the
Correct.
problem, right? The key
Correct.
was a joke. So everything that Kratz is saying is just bullshit. It's his theories, it's his fantastical, morbid story.
The more layers you've got to put in to explain the unknown, the worse your theory becomes. Oh,
Yeah.
there's no biological material on item FL because it did this. Oh, there's no blood in the garage because of this. So you're adding, you're speculating, you're putting layers of speculation to account for why there's no forensic evidence there except the bullet fragment, which makes no sense. It's an outlier.
Yes, and we're not
Which is
talking about something that's easily removable or destroyed. We are talking about blood, DNA evidence,
Correct.
spatter, spray, the pink mist and so forth that
Correct.
you cannot possibly clean.
No.
Cannot.
No.
which is
And they
exactly
had the
why
nerve
Adam. I'm sorry.
to introduce the Bissell carpet cleaner.
Correct.
That's how he did it. Come on.
Correct. Jack 61. Sorry. Thank you, Neville.
Well, they're just talking about adding layers, which is exactly why, if you look at the steps that Culhane took to test IMFL,
Yes.
it's a joke. It's just a joke. There's no way that it should take that process
No.
to then somehow come out miraculously and say, well, we're going to forgive. We only just count the negative control sometimes. No, that's not what you do. It's counted every
It's
time.
common sense. The jury will have common sense.
Correct.
That's what he said.
Whereas in the Delphi case, there's a couple of guys, and people have made comments. There are a couple of guys on the jury who know about DNA. They understand how it works, right? And they were asking all these real detailed questions. Culhane and Gunn would have been torn to pieces by this jury, thinking, you can't submit that. That's garbage.
They would
Right?
probably try to keep them. They would probably try to keep them off the damn jury.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Correct. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Should we continue?
James Crane says, what did he say? He said, he used the tarp, but he left the car on the property and he left
Correct.
for Krivitz, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a good one. And then
Correct.
Stuart King says, they could have used would have used the tarp to cover the back trunk of the RAV in that case. If they already had the brains to put Teresa on the tarp so they wouldn't leave any of her DNA in the garage, they would have done the same thing for the car.
Well, what doesn't make any sense? Let's think about this. Remember, Brendan is vacillating between the RAV4 being in the garage, the RAV4 not being in the garage. If the RAV4 was in the garage and they had all this cleaning equipment, why would Stephen leave his own blood in the RAV4? Well, all he had to do was take one of the rags and just give it a wipe down. Boom, evidence gone. The answer is the RAV was never in the garage, right? How can Stephen be a forensic cleaning guru and yet leave forensic evidence out in the open, including his own blood in the RAV4, and he goes to Crivets? That's why there are two Stephen Averys running around, the idiot and the savant. And somehow Brendan Dassey's in the middle. Brendan's got no idea, right? But if we look at the next slide, it's very interesting what Michael O'Kelly now says to Brendan. Shall we continue reading? Neville, can you still continue reading with us? Neville,
yes.
You can still.
Yes.
Don't worry, Sunshine. We'll get you on in a minute. Shall we continue reading?
Yes.
Yeah.
Michael O'Kelly. Brendan, stop for a second. The last time you and I were here, what you wrote was not the truth. Do we agree with that?
Long pause. Maybe some of it.
Part of the truth was that you got up that day and went to school. So yes, there was some truth, but everything else you said wasn't the truth. And what I don't want you to do now, can you look at me for a second? What I don't want you to do right now is tell me any more lies. If you lie to me, guess what I have to do? I have to stand up, put everything away, and leave. Because that means that you're going to go to prison for the rest of your life. If you want to go to prison for the rest of your life because you're going to hang onto some lies, then I can't help you. When you're all through telling the truth tonight, then you and I can have a talk about something else. Will you help me with that? It's a good thing. You get to tell me all about your family history and what you got to this point last October 31st that caused all these problems to happen. I have to unravel all of that and ask the court to consider leniency based upon your family history and what's happened to you. I can only do all these things if you tell the truth. If you say even one single lie, I cannot help you at all. You've got to make a decision before you start writing anything. You're going to write the complete truth, no matter what the truth is, because then Mike can help you. If you write a lie, then Mike cannot help you at all. First question you have to ask yourself is, do you want to spend the rest of your life in prison? Inaudible from Brendan. So is that a yes or a no? I can't hear you.
No. No.
Want me to try and help you? Long pause. I specialize in working with folks like yourself to make sure that you don't go to prison for the rest of your life. Do you want to get out and have a family someday? That means you have to cooperate with me. And have me work with you. And how much you cooperate, how much you help me, will depend on what happens with you.
Brendan writes, fills in form with no hesitation.
Yep. So let me explain, because you can watch the video online. So O'Kelly has got a pile of papers, and he hands two papers. And don't worry, we got it. I found it. So he hands Brendan the questionnaire, the self-interview form to write down, right? And so Brendan hesitates, but then writes 2 pages. Beautiful. No hesitation, writes out 2 pages. Okay, let's continue.
Need more room? Need more paper?
Brendan shakes head no.
O'Kelly reads the 2 pages.
Yep.
Is there anything missing from this statement here?
No.
Is Teresa in that statement?
Nope.
Then it's missing. Then it's not a truthful statement. Long silence. I want you to read this right here out loud.
I'm very sorry for what I did.
Okay. What does it say down here?
I promise I will never do this again.
Are those the truth?
Brendan, long
Oh,
silence.
silence. We're talking about 30 seconds. I mean, the kid's just going,
What the fuck?
what the fuck?
Yep.
Are you really sorry? That's a question. Long pause. If you're not sorry for what you did, I can understand that too. I just need to know which one it is. Pause. If you're sorry, that's one kind of person. If you're not sorry, that's a different kind of person. And of course, I can't help the people who aren't sorry. So are you sorry? Is that a yes or no?
Don't know.
Don't know.
You don't know if you're sorry or not? Long silence. Would you do this again?
Brendan shakes head no.
I wouldn't. But if I was given the option of
Okay.
coming back in here and dealing with you, I wouldn't do it again either.
All right. Now, guys, I found the original questionnaire. You know, the one where Brendan wrote 2 pages and Kelly read it and said, there's something missing. I found it. Sunshine Christina, can you read out the question? This is the questionnaire that O'Kelly gave Brendan to write. Have a look, read out the question.
So start where at the beginning where it says
We have.
Yeah. All right. So it says this is a self-interview and information survey.
Maybe she's muted.
We have developed inside information that you have not told us everything you know about this incident. This is now your chance to tell the real truth about what happened and write in detail everything you know. We know everything that we need to know except for 2 of your reasons why this incident happened, when and why it did. They know everything else though. Let us know if, underline, you are sorry, and if you can, underline, promise you will never do this again. You want me to that? I
Yes,
mean,
please.
what? This is so, oh my God. Like, it's like the homework assignment from Hades. You know what I mean? It's so,
If you're innocent, how do you respond?
I like, as a 15-year-old kid, I don't know. As a grown up, wow. Like, what would you do, Doc, or Jax or Neverly, if they tried to get you to fill out this form?
Think about what O'Kelly did to him like 3 or 4 times up to this point. Brendan, will you look at me? You need to look at me. That is instilling. I don't know what you'd call it. Maybe some fear, depending on how he spoke to him.
Domination too.
Yeah,
authority.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Yeah, he's trying to act like he's an authority, like a father, principal, cop, or, you know, someone you got, like a mean teacher, Principal Grumble from Matilda.
Well, he said he had to present this information to the judge, or page before. I got to present this information to the judge. Like, he's a lawyer, and he's going to be talking to the judge about Brendan's whatever. Well, that's complete bullshit too.
What it is, it's a power struggle. It's an asymmetric power struggle. I agree with Sunshine Christina. It's the principle. Have you ever been called when you were young up to the principal's office? Anyone ever been called up to the principal's office?
Maybe. I cannot confirm or deny.
Same as Neverly. Cannot confirm or deny.
Was it a pleasant experience?
No.
No.
Never.
Your aim is to get out as quick as you can, correct?
Yep.
Right.
So now we've got a power struggle going on. That question there, that's mind-blowing. There's no option of innocence. So see where Brendan ticks, I'm very sorry for what I did. The other option is, I am not sorry for what I did. And look at what it says underneath. If you are truly sorry for what happened, please explain why you are sorry for what you did. And it says, I promise I would never do this again. And he got Brendan to sign his name. And then underneath, look what it says. I, Brendan Dassey, am now finally willing to tell you the real truth and will do what is right. I will explain and what and why this happened. This is now my explanation with all my details. Okay, who wants to read what Brendan wrote?
I'll read
I
it.
can do it.
Okay,
Oh,
go
okay, go
ahead.
ahead.
Never read. No, go ahead. Never read. But I have one
Beverly,
question.
you read page 1, and Sunshine, you read page 2. Are we happy
Okay.
with that?
Yep.
Beverly, you start.
I went to school on that day and got home at 3:45 and went to my mom's house and went in the house to play PlayStation until 5 p.m. till my mom came home. Then I called my friend at 5:30 p.m. I watched TV till 6 and got a phone call at that time from Blaine's boss. I told him that Blaine went trick-or-treating with his friend. Then at 7 p.m., I got a phone call at 7 p.m. from Stephen and asked me to come over to the bonfire that night.
Okay, so what he's written so far is all consistent, except that phone call never took place. Stephen's phone call at 7. There are no phone records, correct? Stephen
That's right.
never called up. So Brendan is getting his days mixed up. Guys, would you agree?
Stephen went and got him.
Stephen went over. And remember, on October the 30th, when he said, 31st, when he spoke with Jody, I went over there and to get Brendan, and Barb wasn't happy because Barb wanted Brendan to do the dishes.
That's right.
Right? So Stephen physically went over and got Brendan. But everything else he said is 100% consistent with what he's written in the past and said in the past, including the phone call from Cornelia, the 6 o'clock phone call. All right, continue, Sunshine.
Then I helped him pick up the yard and picked up a van seat, wood, a cabinet, and some tires. Then him on the fire, and we waited for the fire to go down, and then go a phone call at 9:30, and it was my mom, and told Stephen that I was to be home at 10 o'clock, and I was home at that time. Then I talked to my mom and then went to bed.
Now, let's think logically. If this is true, and it's not because those calls didn't happen on the 31st, this is a 16-year-old kid who was a virgin, who essayed a 25-year-old woman, torture, stabbing, cutting of throat, shooting, helping his uncle put this person, Teresa Horbach, in a fire, watch her burn, get rid of her RAV, and he goes home and talks to his mum and goes to bed.
Yeah, as one does.
Gets up the next day and goes to school.
He goes to school. Houston, do we have a problem here?
Yes.
Major problems.
Huge, yeah.
And remember, he's wearing his clothes, the puffy jacket, fry tuck jacket, his jeans. He's next to a fire. There's a
It will
human being
smell
being
like
created.
hell.
Goes home, talks to his mum, goes to bed. And that couldn't have happened on October the 31st. That's a different day because his mum at 9:06 left to go and see Scott. So
Yes.
Brendan is getting some things correct and other things completely mixed up. Guys, would you agree?
Yep.
Absolutely.
I agree.
I think he did all the things he said he did. They just happened on multiple days. And because
You
they
got it.
his memories so much, it's blurring together. You know?
Yep.
Correct.
That's what I think.
He's
And
blending different events at different times, and he's giving it as a narrative. But O'Kelly read this and thought, what the fuck? Who's missing from this? Who's missing?
Teresa.
Teresa.
Not one.
Only
Not
that.
one mention.
Yeah.
Teresa.
yeah, and I find it interesting that on the night that supposedly they did this to Teresa, he's talking on the phone with Jody, and
Correct.
Steven's finding humor in the fact that not that Brendan got out of doing the dishes, right? Like
Correct.
that was the highlight of Steven's day. He was not trying to invent some outlandish story to have an alibi because him and Brendan are out doing whatever.
You hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what I'm arguing. That's exactly what I'm arguing now on Discord. Oh, how come Stephen never said, oh, I was with Brendan and we did this? Because that's what a guilty person does. A guilty person comes up with an elaborate alibi, correct?
Oh, yeah. Kind of like what we see the state doing in this case. Yeah.
Right? Whereas when he was speaking with Jody, he goes, oh, cleaned up a little bit and I'm really pissed off with my sister because she's always out. She lives like a pig. Oh, there she goes. Now, wait a minute. If he's have meant to have done all this ultra violence, why, as Sunshine Christina pointed out, why is he talking about trivial stuff?
Yeah. Yeah. And why is he... how is he able to, how is he able, I mean, because supposedly at this point, Teresa's still alive, right? Or they're in the midst of a cleanup, depending on which phone call.
Right.
Because
That's
there's
exactly
multiple
right.
phone calls. But yet he has the ability to be spying on his sister because he's being a snoop instead of worried about, making sure to eradicate any sign of this very elaborate, a supposed murder and all the events that went with it. It's so illogical. I mean, if you actually try and put the narrative into
within a time frame.
Yeah, it just
within
does
a time frame.
Work. It sounds good on this movie screen. It sounds good in speaking it, I guess. But if someone actually stops and gives serious thinking,
it all falls apart.
Yeah,
it all falls apart.
I don't know if anyone's tried to move, like, for instance, I had to bury a family pet that weighed 40 pounds. Okay. That's not light when there's, I hate the term dead weight, but it truly is the right term. And doing that is not easy. And then all the cleanup behind it, and then putting everything back into a cluttered disarray mess. Yeah, come on.
Yep.
Hey guys.
Yep.
I just wanted to say how much I enjoyed this, but I have to go.
No hassles. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for helping us.
You're not allowed.
My pleasure. So I have a great rest of the podcast, and I'll talk to you soon.
We'll do a few. We'll do a few more slides, and thank you so much, Neverly, for helping us.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. This was great.
Take care, Neverly.
Thank you for the panel and everybody in the chat. Talk soon.
Bye, Neverly. It was good.
Bye.
It was good chatting with you.
Yes, same, Christina. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Christina, are you happy to read Michael O'Kelly's part?
Yes.
Okay, so let's continue. So the situation is that Brendan, after reading that questionnaire, which I'd never seen before, I'd never seen that question before. I found it. Someone had it.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh my God, he wrote the same thing he wrote on April the 16th. I did this, and I went home. And again, he transposed certain events that could not have happened. But he left out Teresa, her RAV4, any form of SA assault, everything. So now O'Kelly's looking at this going, mate, this is not good, right? You're meant to be doing a confession. So shall we continue? Let's continue, guys.
Yep. Brendan shakes head no.
Why not?
Shrugs. I didn't do nothing.
That's not true.
I was only there for the fire.
I wish that was true.
It is.
You were also in the mobile home.
Not that day, though.
And you were in the garage.
Only for a little bit, though.
That's because she was in the garage too.
Brendan shakes head no.
Brendan, I want you to understand something. Want you to look at me so I know you can hear me. Grabs Brendan's arm. Come on, look at me.
See? The only thing that was in the garage was a lawnmower and a snowmobile.
Brendan, you have the details. You gave the details to the police department.
Yeah, they were false.
Well, they turned out to be true.
It's because I had too much stuff on my mind. That's why I agreed to whatever they said.
Well,
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, you gave them details.
Yeah, but they told me that they knew it all, what had happened already.
Now, isn't that brilliant? Here's a kid under all this psychological pressure, and he was basically telling O'Kelly, fuck you.
Yep.
Fuck you. Right?
Exactly what he
didn't cave in. You know why? Because he never did anything. He told him straight. Jack 61, Christina. He recanted. They said they already knew what had happened. Right?
Yep.
But he had the gumption, the strength, a 16-year-old kid saying, I didn't do anything. But do you think O'Kelly believed him?
No.
I don't think, I think O'Kelly knew he didn't do anything, personally. That's just my opinion. I think O'Kelly was trying to get him to elicit another false confession.
I'm not entirely sure that O'Kelly even cared. He wanted dirt from Brendan on Avery, and to try to him and Kaczynski to force him into a plea deal.
Correct. And that means that Brendan had to confess. Now,
yes.
we know that Brendan was with Stephen on Sunday night in the garage at 8:44. He was in the garage. Now, there's a bit of controversy on when Brendan cleaned the floor, whether it was October the 30th, 31st, or a week prior, because it was a conversation between Stephen and Barb. But guess what? In the DCI reports, they released the picture that Brendan drew of the oil stain.
Yep.
It's priceless. Look at this. They finally released it. So Fassbender went up to Brendan at Fox Hills at I think 10 to 10 or 10 to 11 that night.
10 to 11.
10 to 11.
10:50.
Yep. And asked him about, you were helping your uncle. What were you doing? Oh, we used bleach, paint thinner, gasoline, and we cleaned a stain on the ground. Look where he drew the stain that he cleaned right in front of the overhead door. Right? This is Brendan who drew this on February the 27th. February the 27th, before the March 1st interrogation. Look where that stain is, right? And if you look where the lawnmower was meant to be, the lawnmower is in the top right-hand corner, all the way up the top. Look where he drew the stain, right? Yep. And they finally released it now in 2024, right? So I went back and I looked at the original crime scene photos. Jack 61, can we have a look? If you have a look at the center. The center is the garage that they filmed. It would have been in March. Look where the oil stain is. The oil stains right at the front. You see where the red arrow is? The red arrow is where the lawnmower is. That's where they're saying they shot Teresa Hallbach and her head was down at the back with all the blood that had poured out, right? But Brendan cleaned the stain, or attempted to clean the stain right at the front, right? So what they must have done was the Suzuki, they took it out, cleaned up, and then pushed the Suzuki and also the snowmobile back in.
Yeah.
But if you have a look on the right-hand side, that's where the ride-on lawnmower is, right at the back. And that's where they did this luminol treatment, right? Didn't find any blood, none of Teresa's blood. But Jack 61, the dishonesty, they knew where Brendan cleaned, it wasn't right at the back of the lawnmower.
That's right.
They said that Teresa's head was lying. You could see right at the front. That's where the oil stain was. And Brendan even said it smelt like oil.
That's right. That's what he told Fassbender.
So somehow it got morphed into blood coming from Teresa's head.
Well,
how did you work that one out?
We got into this a little bit of debate. A few of us on Discord about. They went and talked to Kayla on the 20th.
Yeah.
And she revealed all this seemingly important details, information, and they didn't do shit.
Nope.
They waited a week to go talk to Brendan. They waited 7 days.
Yep. But here is for the first time, and people in chat, please let us know whether you've seen this picture before. Here's Brendan at Fox Hill on the 27th, drawing where the oil stain was, that stain that he cleaned up. He drew it all the way up to the right-hand corner, you'd be going, oh, shit. But look where he drew it, exactly where the stains are in the garage.
Now, these are that drawing and, pretty much a good portion of all these other pages is what was finally released in this DCI dump.
2024.
And again, all these records were found. I can't remember. I need to go back and reread that report. They were found in some file or whatever, and this agent turned them into the office and said, "Hey, this is part of Brendan's case."
Yep.
And they've had this shit for forever.
Yep. And that's why we now have Brendan's answers to the self-interview form, which we're going to do later. We're going to read the whole lot. So this kid is professing his innocence. Kelly looked at what he wrote and said, that shit's not going to do.
Yep, it's not going to fly.
That's not going to fly. Do you want to stay in prison forever, or do you want to have a family? Right?
Well,
and
think about it, Doc. Christina, I'm sorry for interrupting you again, Doc, but you think about the plans that him and Kaczynski had made the prior week about him, O'Kelly, not Kaczynski, O'Kelly confronting Brendan. We need to see him, force him into our reality.
Yes. And to go with this report, have a look at the next slide, Jack 61. Would you like to read it out? This is what Fassbender wrote down what Brendan described about this stain.
Yep.
And this was known a long time, but never presented in court. You want to read it out, Jack 61?
Yep. Fassbender asked if the substance on the floor was dry. Brendan advised some of it was dry while other parts of it were damp. Fassbender asked Brendan if he asked Stephen what the substance was, and Brendan said he didn't. Fassbender asked if Stephen told him, and he said no. Fassbender asked Brendan what he thought it was, and he advised that he thought it was oil from a car and indicated it smelled like oil. Fassbender asked Brendan if he remembered what the dry portion of the substance looked like, and he advised he could not.
Who was the person that suggested to Brendan that it was blood?
It was Fassbender.
Fassbender, right?
Yeah.
And I showed you in previous podcasts, transmission fluid looks like blood.
It does.
But it doesn't smell like blood, right?
No.
Oil. The transmission fluid smells like oil. It's an oil product. And Brendan has helped Stephen repair cars in the past. Brendan knows what oil is, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He knows what oil is, right? He's helped his uncle in his garage. So now it's transposed into blood.
Yep. And
Teresa's blood.
And they had, I think it was the Suzuki, had a major either engine or tranny fail.
Transmission
failure.
Yep. Which would explain anyone.
It wouldn't, not surprising that there would be a big transmission blood stain there.
And it also why there would be a reaction with luminol, because when you blow out a transmission,
metal parts,
that's right, the gears in there, when you drop the pan, it's going to be full of metal shavings.
That's correct.
And that any mechanic who's done automatic transmission work will confirm that. So
100% correct. And plus, I get the filters. I check the filters as well, and I've seen them open up the filters, and there's metallic fragments everywhere.
I've seen them. I've seen them take a magnet. I've seen a mechanic take a magnet, put it in the transmission fluid, pull it out, and it's loaded with little
metal shavings.
Metal shavings. Yeah. I was actually floored the first time I saw it.
Correct. So the luminol treatment is a bust, a complete bust. Right?
On a garage floor, absolutely.
Yep, they found no evidence of blood. Brendan drew the oil stain in the wrong spot. It's not starting to look good. But remember, O'Kelly's got no idea. But Brendan does. He was there. He's trying to think, huh? What? That can't be right. So O'Kelly is threatening him. Mate, you want to be in prison for the rest of your life plus 72 years? Or do you want to get out and have a family? What do you think Brendan's going to do?
Well, he wants to get out and have a family.
So if Brendan goes, I'm not guilty, fuck you. All right, you're going to prison for the rest of your life. Oh, shit. So if I admit guilt, at least one day I'll get out. What type of justice system is this, guys?
Kangaroo court.
What happened to the option, presumption of innocence? Oh, I'm innocent.
Exactly. And O'Kelly wasn't having any of it.
So O'Kelly has already faked. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got him guilty until proven innocence, or, you did it. I know you did it. We just need a couple of details from you.
So now if we look at this slide, guys, is everyone happy that we do a few more?
Sure.
Is everyone in chat happy that we continued? We'll do a few more?
I'm good.
Yeah, you good?
For a little longer. Yeah.
All right. So now, O'Kelly puts up the pressure. So let's continue, guys. Sunshine, I think you're Kelly.
I'm getting ready. Yeah. And you gave them information that they didn't already have.
That's because I was guessing.
Well, you guessed pretty accurately about a whole bunch of details, and you couldn't guess with all these details. That's why the bleach is on your pants. That's why the bullet has Teresa's DNA right here in the garage. This is what you can do. You can try and help yourself. You can do what's right. And I'll help you through this process, and you will not be doing life in prison. And just so you know, just so you're perfectly clear, I want you to testify against Stephen Avery and tell the truth. And this is how I can help you. If you decide not to, I want you to understand that your confession is coming in. When your confession is in, no matter what it is, truth or not truth or anything else, when your confession is in, there is nothing I can do to help you then. So right now, we're at the stage that I can help you. But I can't help you with those words that you wrote down. those words, I can't help you at all. If you want to stay in prison the rest of your life, then let's just take those words and say, that's it. Is that what you want to do? Prison for the rest of your life?
Again, no way out. And
Well,
anyway.
Well, now's the chance to help yourself.
Sounds like a hellfire and brimstone preacher to me.
Yep,
Oh,
but
God,
you can't help yourself with those words. You and I both know that is not the truth. It's missing information.
Interesting what he says up there, though, guys. When your confession is in, no matter what it is, truth or not.
Yep.
Even out of his own mouth. Come on, man.
But Jack 61, Sunshine Christina, and people in chat, it means that Michael O'Kelly does not believe in a false confession. Agree?
No, agree.
These guys have got no concept that a false confession can actually take place. So he's thinking, well, Brendan said he did A, B, C, D. It's got to be right. There can't be a possibility that it's a false confession. But here's the trouble. When the state were looking at all the forensic evidence and starting to look at it and everything that Brendan was saying, they came up with
nothing.
There's a problem. They can't back up what he said. That's why that reporter, remember Jack 61, on March the 2nd, when Kratz gave the press conference, one reporter said, is there any DNA backing up the kid's statement? And Kratz goes, oh, we don't want to talk about that.
No.
Because he knew.
Get out of the... Yeah, no.
He knew there was nothing there. And that's why in this Delphi case, oh my God, it's going to be very, very interesting because they did a huge amount of testing and Jack 61, they didn't want the FBI involved. They kicked the FBI out.
Oh, imagine that. I wonder where I've heard that shit before.
Yep. They did all this forensic testing. Did they find this guy's DNA at the murder site? No. There's something not right. Then they looked for the DNA of the girls in his house, his car. Did they find their DNA in his possessions? No. There's something.
Have you talked to Susan about this case at all? She's been following it.
A little bit. She's the one that got me onto the case, and I following this lady, Andrea Burkhast, I think it is. Brilliant. She's actually in the courtroom taking down notes. No cameras are permitted. The judge has shut everything out.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all.
That case is very, very curious. Just how it's being conducted, the potential connections to other cases through people. There's some weird stuff going on.
There's some weird shit going on. There's some real weird shit going on.
If y'all remember, Amy was covering this case. I think she got busy in real life. Amy was talking about this with I can't remember the girl's name. Please forgive me. That
was the connection. The young lady that's wrongfully convicted. And the next
I can't remember her name.
We've got a lot of the files in our on our Discord channel.
but there's another thing before we move on.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about, Doctor, if you're aware. I'm pretty sure it came out in the pretrial in the Delphi case that there's like 70 or 90 pages of documentation missing, and there's a bunch of interviews that went missing. Now I don't know if they found them or not at this point in time.
This is one of the I'm only, like I said, I'm only very, very new to the case. I'm a novice at it, but what I'm hearing already, I'm getting Brendan Dassey, Stephen Avery vibes already, right? Like there's a possibility that this was a ritualistic killing. Right, a ritualistic killing of the two girls, the way they were displayed and portrayed. There's some weird shit going on. real weird stuff. And don't forget,
Wow.
I'll tell you what really catches my eye, Doc, and I think that it would be an interesting avenue, is the police officer that was doing some investigative reporting, who was killed by some, quote, like fanatic, unquote, in front of the FBI office. That right there is very curious, because that, to me, when I heard it, I was like, he was getting ready to go to the FBI with evidence of something, and somebody had him killed. He was killed with like a Molotov cocktail in front of the FBI office. That's that's serious business right there.
oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, Jim confirmed that, yes, interviews, they lost with other suspects. I knew that I'd heard that from,
Yep.
this is back, God, this was months ago. Anyway.
Yep. So I'm drawing a lot of parallels to what we're studying here in the Delphi case, because you've got some real shady shit going on here with the way Richard Allen was treated in the prison to solicit a confession. It's just a complete utter nightmare. And there's going to be, if he gets convicted, there's going to be so many grounds of appeal. It's just not going to be funny, right?
Oh, wow.
Getting back to this. So O'Kelly reads what Brendan wrote. O'Kelly goes, fuck, this is no good. So he threatens him, and he makes him, he hands him over another form to write. Okay. So guys, I reckon we do a few more slides, because we've done 2.5 hours. I don't want to rush this, because there's a lot of stuff that he talks about that's gold. We can't rush it. So shall we continue? What slide are we on? 5?
Well, we're not quite through with this one yet. I stopped
continue.
at the bottom here. It's down here where it says Brendan. He says, "Is this what you want to do? Basically spend the rest of your life in prison." Brendan shakes his head no.
Do I need to read finished?
Yeah.
No.
Well.
Okay.
Oh,
So
I
now
see what you got you. Well, now's the chance to help yourself, but you can't help yourself with those words. You and I both know that that is not the truth. It's missing information.
Oh my God. Brendan writes.
Finished?
Brendan writes.
So O'Kelly hands him another form. Let me tell you right now, we now have the form and what he wrote, but we'll do that another time, because otherwise we'll be here for 12 hours.
You want to stop right here?
No.
Stop here at 6.
I reckon-
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay,
reckon
you're talking about the other forms. Okay.
the other form. We can't do it now, because if we do it now, it will take 6 hours to go through it with what Brendan writes, right? So I reckon we do a few more slides, and then we can take questions. Is everyone happy?
Yes.
Yep. So now Brendan knows he's got to write what O'Kelly wants to hear, correct? Otherwise, Brendan is in prison for life plus 72 years. Does everyone agree?
That's what O'Kelly's telling him. I
what
agree
O'Kelly's
with that.
saying.
Yep.
O'Kelly's saying, if you give me that form, you got in prison for life.
You're done.
Screwed. So you got to tell me. You got to tell me what I want to hear. Okay, let's continue.
And let's remember now, he believes that O'Kelly is part of his defense team.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Don't forget that. He's supposed to be on his side.
And he's acting for the best interests of Brendan.
That's right. That's the role that he's saying he's playing here. That's correct.
Okay.
All right. So
Here we go. BD writing. BD says, what happened if that's the only 4 pictures that I can draw?
okay, what's this right here?
Where he's got the gun.
He's shooting her there, and where is he stabbing her?
He does it before that.
Where?
In the garage.
Notice now where the stabbing takes place.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Where did the stabbing take place on March the 1st?
In the bedroom.
Bedroom.
Uh-huh.
He's now transposed the stabbing into the garage.
In
That's
garage.
why Kratz is going, where did Teresa die?
Yeah.
Is it in the
Right.
trailer? Is it in the garage? Oh fuck, we'll go with both scenarios in 2 different trials.
Yep.
Cover all the bases.
Yep, Brendan is flip-flopping. All the
Yeah.
ultraviolence occurred in the bedroom, no blood. Now
Well-
it's been exposed to the garage,
Do you know why?
No.
no blood.
Yep. Do you know why? Because they're
Oh.
saying that because he said they found her DNA in the garage. So he figured, oh, well, I guess they want me to say it happened in the garage, right?
Correct. Good
I
point.
didn't do it, but they want me to say it happened. So they want me
point.
to, I'm putting 2 and 2 together and I'm coming up with, I need to make this murder I need to write a story that says it happened in the garage.
In the garage. Yep. Excellent.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
pickup. Okay.
And where are we? So, okay, where am I at? He does it in the
Yeah.
garage. Okay, why don't you draw another picture over here about him stabbing her? Okay, and now where did you have sex with her at? Oh,
In the house.
okay. Why don't you draw a picture down here of you having sex with her then? And what do you have right there?
2 people on the bed.
And what's that? What's next to it?
Stephen.
Was he watching? Oh, he was probably happy to see that.
Brendan nods.
Okay, and where'd you stab her at and cut her hair? In the house or in the garage?
Why don't you lead him a little bit more?
Yeah,
So, yeah,
wow.
but notice now, Stephen is now watching him
Yep.
Yeah.
having
That's right.
sex. Whereas on March the 1st, no, Stephen didn't see anything. So now he's now changed his narrative that Stephen is watching him.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
I cut her hair.
No, that's me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's you.
brilliant.
I cut her hair in the house and stabbed her outside.
Okay. Was she alive when you stabbed her?
No.
Why'd you stab her then?
Steve told me to.
Where did she actually die at?
In the garage.
So she was alive in the garage when you took her out there.
Brendan nods.
Was she screaming?
Yeah.
What was she saying?
Long
Brendan,
silence.
long silence. Yeah.
He had no
Like not
idea. He had no
No.
idea what to say. He had no
No.
idea.
Like not to do what Steve tells me to do.
What were her exact words?
Don't listen to him.
Okay. Draw a picture down here of you cutting her hair. And where's this at? Is she in the bedroom? I mean, in the bed or where?
Lying on the bed.
Okay. And how come she didn't get up from the bed?
Because she was tied down.
What was she tied down with?
Like rope,
And what else?
cuffs.
So you notice that he's now changed a major portion of the crime.
Oh, yeah.
So he tied up with rope. And
Yep.
and you'll see because he draws it. So now instead of handcuffs, it's now rope. So he's now changed another element of the crime. Now wait a minute, he's meant to be there. I think he knows the difference between handcuffs and rope, correct?
Well,
Oh,
sure.
So now he's changed his narrative. Oh, rope. And yes, before anybody asks in the audience, they checked for striation marks and for rope. Did they find any?
No.
No. Okay.
I find it interesting before we continue. I don't think Michael O'Kelly has a lot of experience in eliciting false confessions because I don't think he realizes that by adding so much extra detail to this story, he's actually making it less believable to anyone who's reviewing it.
Excellent point. It gets to a stage where Michael O'Kelly must be thinking,
Oh, my God. What have I
what
got?
the fuck did you just say?
Right.
right? But O'Kelly's trying to get a confession. And when you hear Brendan give his responses and when he writes these things down, Michael O'Kelly must be thinking, this guy is either the biggest psychopathic killer on the planet or he's just bullshitting.
It's just bullshitting, right?
He's just bullshitting.
Exactly.
Okay, let's continue, guys.
What kind of cuffs?
Leg cuffs.
I'm sorry?
Leg cuffs.
I don't know what you mean.
Like the ones that they put on their legs.
So they had chains.
Brendan nods.
Okay. Okay. Why don't you do this? Why don't you draw a picture of the bed and how she was tied down? But draw a big size so we can see it.
Brendan's draws. So how should I draw the chains?
I don't know. I didn't see it, so I can't help you.
Did you see that? How much?
Yeah.
He's asking O'Kelly how he should draw the chains. Brendan,
Right.
mate, you were there. You can't ask
Right.
O'Kelly. He's
So
crazy.
circles. I know. So circles.
So here's what's funny is, so Brendan asks, so O'Kelly says, I didn't see it, so I can't help you. Brendan's like, I didn't either. So you want me to
Yeah.
draw circles? And O'Kelly
Right.
says, okay, yeah, I'll help you. Do you see how that's
Yes.
funny?
Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
her hands? Are they chained also?
Brendan inaudible.
What do you think was there?
Rope.
Okay, go ahead and put the rope then.
Brendan draws.
Was she wearing clothes at the time?
No.
Where were her clothes at?
Okay, so I found the picture. Now, one thing, guys, we don't have all the pictures. Brendan drew a lot of pictures. I can't find them. I cannot find them.
Well, they
But-
didn't. They didn't include them.
Didn't include them in the
some reason.
file.
No.
They didn't include them in the file. But this is interesting. So now this Teresa, right, on the bed, the way she's pinned up to the bed. No, she's now got rope on her hands and chains on her feet. Now,
Yep.
when they checked the bedding, the bedposts, the headboard, the wooden paneling, the carpet, did they find any evidence, biological evidence of anyone being tied up to anything in Stephen's bedroom?
No.
No. And the
When the-
handcuffs had other female DNA on it.
Correct, but not Teresa's, right? Which means
Not
that
Teresa's.
Stephen never cleaned them, right? When they brought
Right.
in the cadaver dog looking for human decomposition, did Brutus alert in the master bedroom?
Not at all.
No alert. So Brendan said this elaborate story of seeing Teresa pinned up. He's now changed what he said, because if we look at the next picture, Jack 61, we're now in a position to compare both pictures from March the 1st. We'll have a look at the next slide if you got it, Jack 61. We can compare both pictures, right? Now notice on March the 1st, he draws Teresa with her head on pillows, and she's pinned up with handcuffs and leg irons. On May the 12th, she's now tied up with rope
And
and
chains.
chains. Now, wait a minute. If you're there, can you tell the difference between a metallic object compared to rope?
Well, sure. I mean, even Brendan could do that. I mean, he's not that slow.
So how does he go from handcuffs to rope? He's guessing.
I think he's just trying to satisfy what O'Kelly wanted.
He's got NFI, correct?
That's exactly right.
He's got no idea. Now, here's the
Right.
problem. How did Stephen coax Teresa Hallbach into the house and get her tied up? This is a physically fit 25-year-old woman. All she had to do was one swift kick to his genitals and he was out. How did Stephen get Teresa in his trailer and pinned up to the bed?
Never explained. As far as I know. Never explained.
And you see, notice the arms are tied up and the legs are tied up. How is Stephen by himself going to put these 4 items on Teresa? And she's got no gag. She can scream.
Right.
And if you look at how precariously that TV, and anyone who's ever had one of them old school TVs back in the day, if you look at how close that TV is to the bed, that TV would have been shattered. It would have fallen off of that dresser. I also find it very interesting that in the second picture, there's no face.
No.
There's
No
been
face.
some psychological research done on when people draw people with no faces, that it's clear this is not a real event.
He's got no association.
That's right. And that's
no
right.
association at all. He could draw stick figures. That's exactly what he did. Later on, I'll show you when he's allegedly having sex with Teresa, the drawing that he draws.
Yep. And even the one that apparently has a face, neither one of them are very realistic. Like you can tell that it is simply completing a task to finish the assignment versus something that he's trying to recreate from memory.
Correct. And the other thing, of course, is that if Teresa's pinned up to the bed, she's going to struggle, correct? She's going to struggle. Arms, legs, you name it. You're going to cause damage to the bedroom furniture, correct?
Absolutely.
You're going to cause marks, striation. You're going to spit. You're going to do everything. You're fighting for your life. Did they find any evidence of any type of struggle in that bedroom?
None.
And that very tiny, cluttered, crowded, stuffed bedroom.
Small. If you're fighting for your life. You're scratching, you're clawing, you're biting, you're kicking. You do everything. The interrogators were asking Brendan, "Well, didn't she kick? Didn't she fight back? No. Oh, how did he do this?" The whole story is so ridiculous, it makes no sense. Because according to Brendan, when Brendan saw Teresa, she was already pinned up, correct?
Yeah.
So how did Stephen, in the midst of 2 phone calls to his fiancée, achieve this?
No way.
With his mum delivering him the mail.
Well, anybody could have dropped by.
And remember, Brian Dassey left to go and see his girlfriend. Did he mention any screaming?
Nope.
Oh, you know what? That's actually a good point too. She's not gagged either.
Not
gagged.
Right.
In the drawings, also.
And they were open for business.
Correct.
I've lived in a single wide trailer, just like Stephen was in. And I'm going to tell you right now, you can't do anything in there without somebody outside hearing it. It is.
That's right. Unless your mouth's quiet.
Yep. The walls are thin. So I thought this was a really interesting comparison between the way he drew on March the 1st to May the 12th. He's now changing scenario. He's now changing the way Teresa was pinned up, right? And
drastically.
Remember what Kayla said in her letter? She was pinned up in a chair. So now we've got a different object. The way she was pinned up, the whole thing is completely freaking ludicrous. Let's continue, guys. We'll do a few more slides.
Okay. All right. Brendan, on the floor.
Can you put them where they were?
Brendan draws. Should I draw like a T-shirt in there?
Whatever you want to do.
Brendan continues to draw.
And what is that?
Pants and a shirt.
Okay. What about shoes?
Brendan continues to draw.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Is this the bed that she was tied to? Shows Brendan photograph of headboard. Where did the rope go to? Can you show me here?
Right here points to photograph of the headboard.
Okay. Why don't you put an X right here then? BD draws X on photograph. And what about the other side? BD draws X on photograph. Okay. What was she saying when she was tied up like this?
Telling Stephen to let her go,
And what did Stephen say?
that he wasn't gonna,
What did he tell her?
that he wouldn't let her go because she was gonna go to the police.
It's so
All right.
textbook cop in Robert's TV show.
Yep. But here's a very important point. He showed her the photograph of the headboard, and Brendan pointed out with X's how she was pinned up. Law enforcement got the headboard and directly tested it. Well, what did they find?
Nothing.
Nothing. There's something not right with this kid's story. Would you agree?
Yep.
Completely.
Right? If they got the headboard and they found striation marks, signs of a struggle, biological evidence, you go, yep, kid's telling the truth. They
Yep.
found nothing.
Or
Nothing.
at least something he's saying is reliable, right? We
Correct.
can rely on this statement because it can be corroborated.
Correct.
But there's no corroborating any of
Nothing.
the statement.
Nothing. Nothing. Correct. Correct.
What else did he say?
Brendan, inaudible.
How long was he planning this?
I don't know.
What's your idea?
Brendan, long pause again. I could have a reason why he could have did it.
Go ahead.
That I think he wanted to do it because, like, maybe he wanted to go back to jail.
Why do you think that?
Because some days he couldn't control his temper. So the whole family told him to go see the people that you go talk to about your feelings and that. And he got pissed off and he went for a ride.
What time did you go to the trailer that day? The real time.
8.
So you were cutting her hair and having sex with her after 8 p.m. So she was alive until then? How did you know she was in the trailer?
He told me to follow him to help.
And what happened next?
He showed me her and told me to have sex with her.
Continue.
And I looked at him and then I was thinking of going home with. Then I seen that I thought he was too strong for me, so I did it.
Continue.
All right. Before we do this, we'll make the next slide the last slide. All right, guys?
Okay.
We'll finish here. I don't want to rush it because there's so much to unpack.
Yeah, and Neverly and Susan would love to be a part of this discussion because I know that I'm friggin' frustrated, but I know that they've got a lot of really good
Points.
points about
Yep.
like just how convoluted and ludicrous and ridiculous this whole thing is.
Yep.
Yep.
Now, if you go back one page, Jack 61, before we read this final page, he said something very important here at the time. He says 8 p.m. We know for a
Yes.
fact, absolute fact, I'm having this argument on Discord at the moment, the kid was home before 8. Why do we know that? Because Scott Tadich dropped off Barb when Barb and Scott went to go and visit his mum in the hospital.
That's right.
Scott repeatedly said, I was home by 8 o'clock. I think they watched that crime.
Prison Break. Prison Break.
And I checked it, starts at 8 o'clock, right? So They went to the hospital, picked up, Scott Tadich picked up Barb from home, went to the hospital, stayed there for a little while, and dropped off Barb between 7:30, 7:45. And remember, we have the phone call that on Christmas where Scott talks to Stephen. Says, yeah, I dropped off your sister around 7:30, 7:45. I was home by 8. And he says the fire was almost done. The fire was almost done.
That's right.
One very important point, couple of very important points. When Barb got home, she saw Brendan. She saw her son. Blaine, between 8:15, 8:30 max, came home, saw her mum, saw his mum, saw Brendan, and remember they woke up Bobby because Bobby was sleeping.
That's right.
Remember,
Bobby had to go to work.
Bobby had to go to work. So Brendan was independently seen by his brothers and his mother. Brendan was not outside. Brendan was not at the trailer at 8 o'clock having sexual intercourse with Teresa Horbach and cutting off her hair.
No.
No.
And that tells you that O'Kelly had no idea about the jail calls.
He had no idea.
Fassbender and Uyghur did.
Yep. He had no idea. And don't forget, there are 3 phone calls between Stephen, Jody, and between Stephen and his brother, all recorded.
That's right.
He spoke on the phone when all this mayhem was meant to be going on for 35 minutes and no one picked up a thing. No screaming, no yelling, no gunfire, no
Brendan.
Nothing.
And these phone calls, it's 35 minutes, but these phone calls begin at what time? Like the first
5:36.
5:36 p.m.
And the last one was when?
At 8:57, and it went on for 15 minutes. And Stephen was outside. He's definitely outside. And he saw his sister leave at 9:06.
Yep.
So somehow in between these 6 phone calls that span 8 hours, they were supposed to take a woman in the house, do all those things, bring her out into the garage, dispose of her.
Don't forget,
dismember.
Dismember.
She's dismembered too.
Dismembered as well.
Yep, dismembered. They had to burn her. They had to dispose of her vehicle. They had to
then walk back, and then walk back, and then walk back,
and take all 6 phone calls.
3 phone calls.
3 phone calls.
Oh, 3 phone calls
from the strategic time. 3.
Okay.
And no one picked up again.
Had to unhook the battery, drop off the license plate.
Yep. And walk in the dark.
Yeah.
From the pit back to their house, and no one noticed any mud, dirt, or anything on Brendan.
Nope.
And they had to dispose of the RAV4, the plates,
and the
electronics, right? All of this, and Brendan is definitely home before 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
But notice the stories start to morph. They start, oh yeah, that's right. I saw Brendan at a fire. So everything started to morph. And then Scott Tadich's story started to morph, that the fire got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yep.
And then Candy, the fire was so big, I can't understand how it didn't burn the house. So notice the early statements all give Brendan an alibi. He's home. The kid is home. We debunked Brendan Dassey being home, delivered home at 11:30, seeing Stephen at a fire. The kid's home by no later than 8:30. Because I trust Carmen Wench. She's a responsible parent who was even wondering, right, Jack 61? Oh, Barb normally doesn't let her kids out on a school night.
Well, she's unconnected to the entire thing.
No skin in the game.
No skin in the game.
No. So now, when you look at all this overlapping corroboration, You could build a timeline. Brendan, I can't account for Brendan between after the Cornelia call to about 7:30. That's an hour and a half. An hour and a half to do all that mayhem, it doesn't make any sense. Because
you couldn't do it.
Remember what Krat said? Mate, you need a minimum of about 6 hours to put a human being in a fire and convert him to bone fragments. Right? You need a big, great whopping fire, a lot of fuel. No one saw a damn thing.
Nope.
Right? Then all of a sudden, you're getting a morphing of these stories. Brendan just gave a timeline. Goes 8 o'clock. He was having sexual intercourse with Teresa and cutting off her hair at 8 o'clock.
Right? No way. Didn't happen.
Wait a minute. Then you got to stab her, carry to the garage, put it in the RAV. Oh, you got to hide the RAV because otherwise anybody would have seen the RAV. Then you got to shoot her, dismember her. Oh, wait a minute. They carried her on the creeper. How are they going to carry on the creeper? She's in parts. Then Brendan draws her whole with Stephen. Remember, putting her in the burn pit.
Yep.
So now he's getting time points that are impossible. Remember, Bobby's home. Bobby's
That's
home.
right.
His mum's home. His mum doesn't leave till 9:06. No one notes a smell of a human being burning in a fire. No one notes anything on Brendan. What did Brendan say to O'Kelly? Came home, talked to my mom, went to bed. What the hell? Not even Hannibal Lecter could get away with shit like that. And you got a 16-year-old kid who just said, committed rape, sexual assault, dismemberment. He forgot to mention dismemberment.
He
Witness
did.
to it. Put a human being on the fire. We just watched her, waited till it burned. Oh, we went for a drive. We got rid of her car and we walked back home. What the hell? Sunshine Christina, make some sense of this madness.
Good luck.
Yeah, there is no doing that.
No.
I don't think David Blaine could make sense of it because this is one of the worst crafted false confessions I've ever seen.
Look,
They overestimated Brendan's ability to follow the narrative. And
correct.
They allowed too much freedom of an artistic expression.
Correct.
To make it believable, right?
Well, they were basically handing Brendan rope to hang himself.
None of this was seen by the jury. I think that's important to know too.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Was
They
this
never saw.
submitted?
No.
Yeah,
But
it wouldn't have worked.
But that crafty bastard, Judge Fox, and Jack will back me up on this one. Jack 61 will back me up on this. In the post-conviction hearing, he goes, you got rid of her, Kelly. You got rid of Kaczynski.
Right. Move on. Move on.
Yeah, but the damage was done.
They dismissed it.
Yep.
Right? And you're thinking, wait a minute. You're getting all this bullshit out of Brendan. And don't forget, what happens one day next? He goes for another interrogation with Fassbender and Wiegert. What happens on the same day? He rings up his mum. So notice, this poor kid is being systematically abused and tortured one day at a time.
Yep.
So at the end of it, he's mentally shot, and then he rings up his mother and he goes, I did some of it. And people are saying, he admitted guilt. The guy is gone. He's toast.
What he's saying is he did do some of it. He went to school that day. He had the phone calls that day. He did help Stephen clean up the garage one day.
Correct.
You know what I mean? He knows what.
Yes.
He knows what he did, and that's what he's saying he did. But people who don't understand what he's saying are taking his words out of context
Correct.
They are placing them in what they want to be.
Correct.
Context is
Correct.
everything.
Yeah, confirmation bias, right?
Context is everything. Okay.
Sunshine,
Shall we?
Sunshine Christina, that question's for you from the Clark family. Who was David Blaine?
He was the guy, an illusionist who was really popular in the late 90s and early 2000s when
Really good. Really
yeah,
good.
he almost died because he tried to stay alive in a block of ice for like 4 days in New York, Times Square or something.
Ugh.
But
Yeah.
kind of there's another guy named Chris Angel.
Yes.
Yeah, very similar to
I've heard
him.
of him. Yeah.
But yeah, David Blaine, it was more when I used to watch stuff like that. And you know, he was just really good at creating the illusion of things that, you know, were hard to believe that could be done. So, but yeah,
Right.
anyway, that was
Right.
the first name that came to mind.
Yep. Okay. So, guys, what we'll do this last slide. Don't want to rush it because, like Sunshine Christina said, there's a lot of in-depth stuff, and don't worry, it gets worse. And I promise, guys, we'll go through all of Brendan's written statements. We'll do that. I found it. We found it. All right. Let's do this last one.
All right,
Okay,
Jeff.
sorry, I had to mute.
It's okay.
Okay. Then after I was done, I cut off her. He told me to cut some of her hair off, and then when we were done, we took her off and bring her outside into the garage. Then he stabbed her and then shot her.
How did she get from the bed to the garage?
He carried her
How?
in his hands.
Describe it.
Long silence.
Long way here. Thinking,
He's got-
wheels are turning.
Yeah.
Have the
like,
bloody
okay.
hell, my
How
goodness.
how do you carry someone? And Brenda's like, well, like the way they do on TV, yo, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like he had her in his hands, like her legs were right here and her back was right there.
Okay.
And when he had his hands like this, he had the gun in his hands
And where'd he get the gun from?
in the bedroom.
What kind of gun was it?
22.
Okay. And what was she saying while this was happening?
Saying not to do it and to let her go.
And how come she didn't run away?
She was trying to,
What was she doing?
like squirming, trying to get away from him.
What stopped her from getting away?
He was holding her too tight.
And what else?
Cliffhanger.
Yeah.
We'll stop at 8A.
I reckon we'll stop at 8A. Yeah.
So,
So-
like, I know I just made this comment, but you do realize Stephen is recalling what he's seen on TV to superimpose into the story, right?
You mean
How
You mean
was he
Brendan?
holding her?
Brendan.
He was
You
holding her
mean-
real tight.
You mean Brendan?
Oh,
Brendan.
yeah. Okay. If I said the wrong names, yes. Brendan is just like thinking about something he saw on TV and putting that into how would you keep somebody from getting away? Well, on TV, they hold them really tight and they kick and struggle and they don't get away.
Squirm a little bit.
Yeah. Like if he had
Right.
really participated or really actually saw that, he would have said something to the effect of she threw her feet up against the wall and tried to push off, or you know what I mean? There would have been an in-depth descriptive.
It would have been horrific.
Yes.
It would have been, but notice the giveaway is the mechanistic answers that
Mhm.
Brendan gives. Like you said, like a cartoon. He's just recalling shit. Well, if you hold someone tight, they try and wriggle a little bit. he can't describe the actual event if it took place, because it
No.
would have been a very violent struggle. You're fighting
Remember
for
the
your life.
long pause.
He's
Yeah.
thinking, how am I going to answer this? Right? Whereas
mean-
if you're there, you give a spontaneous answer. How many times did Fassbender and Wingett said to him, don't guess, just give us an answer? Because Brendan's trying to think, goes, well, how am I going to answer this? The kid's got no idea. If he
No.
had an idea, he would have. And notice, like I said, he's reading it like a spectator, like not a
He's watching it on
participant,
TV.
not like a participant, but an observer.
That's right.
That's the telltale sign. Oh, I grabbed her here. My uncle grabbed her there. We quietened her down. We put a muzzle on her mouth. We did that. Nothing.
He grabbed a pair of socks out of his top drawer and shoved them in her mouth.
Nothing.
There's nothing
No.
that gives you any confidence that,
No.
that he actually did something wrong.
That is correct. He's acting like an observer, third person, rather than a participant. And it's interesting the way he answers, because now he's convinced, well, if Stephen has done this, right? Well, I was there for some of it. And he's giving this narrative that is demonstratively false forensically. The forensics doesn't back up his narrative. So if Stephen did this, it must have been when he wasn't there. So
And add to that, the threats from O'Kelly, the physical coercion, the psychological coercion. Yep. It's
Correct.
right there in the pages we just read.
Correct. You want to stay in prison for your life plus 72 years? No.
Yep.
Do you want to have a family one day? Yeah. Well, you better tell me what I want to hear. So that's why when Brendan wrote, we saw it. Even though that question says, we have developed new information, Brendan goes, this is what I did. Kelly read it and said, no, mate, that's not gonna cut the mustard. So Brendan wrote what Kelly wanted. Right? He did what he wanted. He did what he wanted. Because O'Kelly threatened him. With those words, you're going to prison. Correct?
Yep, you're done. You're done.
Those words, we're done. I'm walking out. And what did Fassbender and Wingett do the very next day? Said the same thing. We're going to walk out.
Yep.
So Brendan spewed back what they wanted to hear. That's
and in
it.
fact, I think they did leave the room a couple times on that May 13th.
They did.
And O'Kelly's there. O'Kelly's there advising them what to do. God almighty.
Oh yeah. Now a lot of people might be thinking, come on, how can a person falsely confess? Come on, that can't be. I just gave you the example of a guy confessing that he killed his dad.
Yeah, actually, there's a short. I say a short. There's a news story that covers. I mean, it doesn't cover everything. I'll try to find that clip and put it back in, because I'm pretty sure I linked that in our Discord a few months ago. It's crazy what they did to that guy. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, they put him in a mental institution. Yeah, they broke his will. He just flipped out, and he admitted to killing his father.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they immediately honed in on him when the cops got there, because he called the cops looking for help. They get to the house, they find a little blood.
Yep, because they were doing home renovations.
Yeah, and somebody got cut a little bit. It's no big deal,
Correct.
And, anyway, we got a few questions, Doc. And
I want to say this real quick. It's interesting that you said the forensic evidence doesn't match Brendan's confession. The forensic evidence also doesn't match. It doesn't coincide or corroborate any crime being committed. The forensic evidence is a bunch of random shit that really doesn't prove anything at all.
No.
And then you have a very convoluted crime story that doesn't match the forensic evidence.
No.
And then we have this case in a nutshell.
That's right.
Against a guy that was wrongfully convicted and did 17 years for a crime he didn't commit, who
And
was
suing the county.
suing the county who investigated him in this case, even though they said they didn't. Even though they said they didn't play an active role. Wink, wink.
They never admit fault.
That's right.
I've seen a lot of people that have done false confessions. One of the best ones was the Matt Livers. Remember that one, Matt Livers case?
Yeah.
Where he admitted killing his, I think, auntie and uncle. Right?
That's right.
He wasn't even there, and then he implicated his cousin. So
that's right.
The very next day, he comes in and goes, "I was only telling you what you wanted to hear," and they
had to get out of the room.
That from the defense, right?
Yep.
So the question is, people under extreme pressure or perceived pressure can admit to a crime that they never committed. Why? Because they want to get out of there. They want to get out of there. And you don't need overt tactics, standover tactics for someone like Brendan. Proof?
No.
The way he changed with O'Neill. That's right. That was all the proof you needed that he was willing to change his narrative based on what O'Neill said regarding the bus driver. And Brendan folded like a deck of cards.
Suggestibility.
Right? Suggestibility. And what do all of Brendan's psychologists say? The kid is highly suggestible. Right. So, and that's why remember Barb said to Fassbender, were you pressuring him? No, Barb, we've done this job for a long time. We know when we just said, tell us the truth.
She knew, because she knew that Brendan was suggestible. As his mother, she would know for sure.
Correct. And that's why, guys, Brendan's narrative mustn't be forgotten. This is a horror show. This is a horror show. Okay, we got some questions?
Yep. So, Christina, if you want to read these out as I put them up. This first one's from Clive Coolidge.
Question. If Stephen gets an evidentiary hearing or a new trial and wins, how the hell does Brendan get out?
Depends on what gets presented. Depends on what gets presented, but I Doc will have his own opinion, but I think about what you found in 2022 and what Rookie found in 2022. The phone call from Sawinski, hidden for 16 and a half years, however long. The withheld, the disturbed earth unfiled search warrant, blunt and bloody instrument. This goes to a pattern again, and there are other instances where evidence was withheld that we know about. The Veely CD was withheld. It's right in Fassbender's report. He got that CD and held it for 7 months, and then even when he was supposed to turn it over, he kept the damn thing and gave it to Wiegert to put into evidence in June of 2007, long after the trial was done. Anyway, I think there's more. I think there's more stuff that we don't know about. Look at all the. We didn't get as much as that I know is there, but just look in the pages that we've got just with Brendan's stuff recently that we've never seen before. I think there's much more.
Never seen before. I've never seen before.
Yeah, I think there's much more, guys. That's just me. How does it help Brendan? Well, I don't know.
Here's all right. So here's where I'm gonna say. I think that if there is an avenue open where Stephen gets an evidentiary hearing or a new trial and wins, then that means there's been a political shift in the arena of the courts. And if that's the case, then I think keeping a conviction is no longer the goal, and justice has actually become the goal. And if they're truly seeking justice and they're going to give Stephen an evidentiary hearing or a new trial, then they're going to also be receptive to reviewing the conviction against Brendan. So if Stephen gets an evidentiary hearing or a new trial, it's because justice has become the goal of the state of Wisconsin, and not keeping Stephen Avery in prison at all costs. Because that's what we're fighting right now. We're not fighting a battle for the right to do anything but to obtain justice. And the people who are the ones that have to allow that to happen are fighting to keep a lid on this case. So you change the people who are fighting, who are in charge of keeping a lid on the case, and then to people who want to tell the truth, the whole thing will change. That's the issue right now, because the evidence is there, the arguments are there, they're compelling arguments. It's the law has been clearly manipulated to keep them in prison, and it's easier to keep them in prison than unravel and expose the garbage that's been done.
Oh, the blowback will be phenomenal. The blowback will be astronomical. Did Kathleen Zorner do a recent tweet where her client Ryan Ferguson got $38 million?
Yeah, I think
Wow, I didn't realize that. Good for him.
Yeah, it's on X.
Yep. Trust me, if Stephen gets out and is exonerated, and then Brendan, you add another 2 zeros at the end of that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's, I mean, at the end of the day, right? You got to look at this logically. When you're looking at a case, you have a testimony, what people say, you have forensic evidence. Sometimes you have photographs, sometimes you have video of the crime taking place, right? Because the forensic testing, and this is the exact same thing that's happening in the Delphi case, because the investigation was so bad, there's so many cracks in the investigation because they got rid of the FBI. They didn't want the FBI involved. Because in this investigation, there are missing reports, missing photographs, missing video, flyover videos, which are obviously heavily edited. So you're editing the narrative. You want to tell a story. As Sunshine Christina pointed out, you look at the forensic evidence and you try and match it with what Brendan is saying. You look at his timeline. The evidence doesn't match what he's saying. The timeline doesn't match what he's saying. The actual crime itself, the physical damage on Teresa Horbach's bones, is indicative that she suffered dismemberment. There are saw marks in the bones. It means that the narrative that they're saying, that Brendan is saying, cannot be true. Plus, you look at the forensic evidence that's on the RAV itself. That makes no sense at all. Look at the back door, the spray of blood. That's how she was killed. She was bludgeoned. Teresa Horbach was bludgeoned. So if you're hit in the head with some blunt, heavy object, and repeatedly, such that blood is sprayed from your head onto the door, you're probably dead. If you're dead, what's all this narrative that Brendan's talking about, hearing screaming, bringing mail, etc., etc.? The whole thing is debunked, right? So to me, it makes perfect sense that Teresa Horbach likely left the Avery salvage yard and soon was flagged down or hit something, broke her light at the front, went outside to investigate, brought the light to the back of her RAV4, back door open, she got attacked. right? Now, that's where the forensic evidence takes you. Something happened to her. And then your disturbed earth with the blunt or bloody object, shit, it all makes perfect sense. That's why they don't want to give Kathleen Zorner the RAV, nor the blinker light, nor the plates, because they probably give answers the state doesn't want to hear.
Well, yeah, and for this blunt bloody object to just disappear out of the crime lab itself, this is a real problem. And it's unfortunate that Dean and Jerry didn't find out about this in real time. I mean, my God, man, that's a problem. That's a
and no one's going to write that down, right, Jack 61? No one's going to, like a crime lab personnel, is going to write blunt and bloody object, and he observed blood on it. No one's going to write that and say, don't worry, it was a mistake. No. Like the bones, the additional bones at Cuss Road. No one's going to write that, right? No. And the warrant, the unfold warrant that Sunshine Christina got, that wasn't meant to ever be released.
No.
So,
you're not meant to get that.
Yeah. So why change the all right, why change the motive? Why change the weapon used in the crime?
It didn't fit.
And
didn't work.
Why?
It didn't work.
And why not use where the body was disposed of?
Again, we can't answer that one. We'd like to, but
I think so. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that they like the idea of using the gun that got him arrested as the murder weapon.
Felon in possession.
Yeah, felon in possession. Correct. I also think that having the crime occur on Avery's property versus a property adjacent,
it simplifies everything.
It gives them the ability to incorporate the jail calls, which could not be disputed. You couldn't make them go away. There was too many ways to corroborate those calls to make them not happen. Also, by having the crime occur on Avery's property versus off of the Avery property, two things. One, you're able to get a warrant, which then kicks the people off the property. You control the entire area and you lock it down.
Yes.
So that gives you freedom of movement away from eyes.
Go ahead. Except for one thing, Sunshine Christina, the crime scene kept on expanding.
Yeah.
Right? As soon as they were all down at Cuss Road, so shit, okay, nothing happened at Cuss Road. Oh, fuck. What's happening at Mickles Quarry? What the hell's happening at the Manitowoc County gravel pit? Why are we finding buckets of bones? Right? And a dog hit there too. So you can't say it was a random fluke. So suddenly this crime scene that was meant to be nice, neat, packaged, all with a bow, all occurred around Stephen's property. It started to get expanded. And plus, there are bones in his sister's burn barrel. Right? So now you've got this real complex crime and you're going, how the hell did this get carried out?
So
now, but Brendan comes along and gives a narrative, and they're now trying to fit what they got into Brendan's narrative, and the whole thing falls apart.
So what's interesting is that the YSL Young Thug case that's going on in Fulton County, they've done the same thing. The defense has talked about how and even the judge has mentioned multiple times that there's so much data, so much unneeded and unusable evidence that's been submitted in this case. But when you do that, you are able to use sloppiness and, oh, it was a mistake, or
Yes.
because it's so large, you're able to kind of try and float around and do your dirt and then blame it on the things that happen with a case like that. So it gives them a viable, even truthful,
Yep.
a viable excuse for why it looks the way it does.
All you got to do, look no further than what Tom Fallon said in court regarding going under the hood. Goes, oh yeah, okay. Brendan never mentioned going under the hood. So what? Guess who?
Exactly.
Guess whose DNA we found? We found Stevens. And you go, yeah, but wait a minute. If Brendan never mentioned going under the hood, if Brendan never mentioned a shooting scenario, you wouldn't have had the hoodlat swab because I never tested it, and you wouldn't have had item FL, and you would have never had the phone call, right? Because they asked Kaczynski. I said, wait a minute, didn't you advise O'Kelly that Brendan shouldn't be calling his mum? Oh, no, didn't think of that. So you got the fruits from the poison tree. It's a complete, utter shit show. So people listening to that call goes, oh my God, Brendan confessed. But look what we're going through now. We're going through what O'Kelly did to Brendan. He said,
and how he answered, and how Brendan answered is key.
If you say the truth, as in your truth, that you weren't involved, you go to prison, you're being locked up forever, for life, plus 72 years. But if you admit that you did it, one of the work go easy on you, right?
Yeah.
So what the bloody hell? After O'Kelly, the party doesn't finish for Brendan. The very next day, he gets interrogated again by Fassbender and Wiegert, who then tell Brendan, "You better ring up your mum, Brendan. Otherwise, we will." And the kid is emotionally destroyed. And yet, I think a couple of calls later, his mum asks him, Did you have sex with Tariq? He goes, No, I never did this. So he's completely changed. But the doubters don't want to bring that up. That's why if you're going to look at calls, you must look at context and expand out. Don't just micro cut. Don't just cherry pick. That's exactly what they did for Brendan in his trial. That's what Fallon did. He did the so what hypothesis. Oh, yeah, so what?
Which is different than what Duffin did that we talked about earlier. He looked at everything.
Duffin looked at everything, saw the trends. And that's exactly what we've done in our podcast. We've started from day one to right now, and we've looked at the trends. We've looked at Brendan very, very closely. Only one person knows who Brendan is. No, two. His mum and Brendan himself. And that's why I find it really interesting, some of the debates that are going on. Oh, yeah, Brendan should have done this. Oh, yeah, Stephen should have done. Mate, if you're not there under that situation, you don't insert your own narrative, correct, or what you should have done.
Well, right. We can think of what we might do, but that doesn't add up for them in that situation. It just doesn't.
Exactly right.
And until you've been there, you don't know what you're going to do.
No, you don't.
And that's the truth, because no one who's never been in a situation like that has any idea what it's like to be in a situation
in the hot seat.
That's right.
Well, I'll give you a classic case, right? When I was doing my going through uni, some of our courses we had to do a viva. If you've ever done a viva, you know how terrifying it is. So a viva is you're sitting in a room with the lecturers, the professors, right? And so you're there by yourself, and they'll ask you any questions. Now, you can come in with all the knowledge. I know how to answer this. I know how to answer this. But when you're in that room being questioned, you can do two things: shine or shut up, shut shop, and have a brain fade. You go, and that's happened to me where I've blitzed it, and other times I'm there. What the hell? I can't even answer a basic, simple question. You freeze.
Yeah.
So unless you're
headlights.
deer in headlights, so unless you're in that situation, you got no idea. Brendan is being questioned by O'Kelly. He's put all this stuff in front of him. Brendan's not even reacting to any of that stuff. Right? That's why O'Kelly said he's a kid without a conscience. And that's why Kratz, in his book, labeled potentially Brendan as a psychopath.
Well, and we can also never forget, and it's easy to do this. We kind of talked about it. O'Kelly walked in that room with a plan to force a confession out of him. He wasn't interested in the truth. He didn't care about the truth.
No.
At all. Anyway. But to answer Clive's question, well, I don't know that we can truly answer Clive's question, how this could help Brendan. I mean, if Stephen were to get a new trial, I think that evidence you're hearing is one thing. But if he gets a new trial, everything that Kathleen's had submitted that's been procedurally barred comes in. Everything. So we don't know where that could lead for Brendan.
Correct. Brendan hasn't done a plea deal. He's done a plea deal.
Right.
So there's no plea deal. So potentially, if Stephen gets released, that's going to really put a lot of pressure on Wisconsin. The Wisconsin courts.
It would. Yeah.
You're holding. If you just release Stephen, what the hell are you keeping Brendan? The two are meant to be together, right?
Anyway, next question.
Also, one last thing, and it would depend on what basis Stephen got the evidentiary hearing or a new trial. Because if it was because of an evidence issue, and that evidence was linked explicitly to Brendan, then that could potentially be beneficial for Brendan, right? Because
that's what I said. That's what I said. Sunshine Christina, Jaxie Swan, get the RAV, get the plates, get the blinker, and back up.
Test it. That's right. Deep
top to bottom.
Deep test it. That's right.
Yep.
I agree.
Yep. If Brendan is in that RAV, they'll find it. They'll find his cells there.
Yep.
We know he wasn't there. They've got, I think, 5 sets of unidentified fingerprints.
Correct.
None.
8 sets.
8 sets. And
none of them belong to Stephen or Brendan.
And none of them, that's right, none of them match Stephen or Brendan. So,
correct.
Brendan is
run them through CODIS.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
If they were seeking the truth, they'd already done that.
I agree. All right. Next question is from Trav.
Question: in all the years you guys have been doing this, I'm just wondering, in all your expertise, what do you all think actually happened on that day? Wow.
Well, that would take a long time to answer. And I'd be speculating. I don't know about you, Doc.
It is.
Christina.
But at the end of the day, you have to look at what you got. So it's either Teresa left or she didn't, right? It's as simple as that. If Teresa left, then both Brendan and Stephen have got no knowledge of what happened to her.
Completely innocent.
They've got no idea. But the RAV tells the story. The blood on the back door, open door, indicates that she was bludgeoned with some object that caused blood to spray on the door. No one reported a broken blinker light, and what Ryan Hilliger said is complete bullshit. So no one who saw the RAV mentioned a broken blinker light. In the missing person report, no one mentions a broken blinker light, which means that the broken blinker light is part of the murder narrative, right? A23 is on the back cargo door. It's blood, and there's a fingerprint. No one knows who it belongs to. It's not Stephen's. It can't be Brendan's. It's likely not Teresa's because it's on the other side of the door. So if Teresa's blood is being sprayed on the door, on the inside of the door, open 90 degrees, she can't go around the other side. So A23 is an unknown person. factor in Sawinski. Now, I'm not saying he saw Bobby Dassey, but if what Sawinski is saying is true, that means a RAV is off the property. That means that the narrative that Brendan said about putting the RAV there on the night of October 31st is complete bullshit.
Yep.
So we don't know what happened to Teresa, but the RAV tells the story. She was attacked.
Cuss Road tells the story.
Cuss Road is very important too.
Yeah.
We've got some hints. Her cremains have been spread. 60% of her body has never been found. Her bones have never been found. Sure. 35% of her skull was recovered. Where's the rest of it? So there are all these hints, but no one's put it all together. So if she left the property, when they looked at the phone pings, I'm not a phone ping expert, but I suggest that she was attacked fairly quick, close to the salvage, and close potentially to Cuss Road.
That's right. Yeah, there's too much missing for us, I think, to put a true face on what happened. We got elements, but and even suspicions about maybe whoever was involved. But again, it's speculation.
Who benefited from this? Who benefited?
Well, I mean, it may not have been anyone. If somebody was jealous,
Who benefited from this? Manitowoc County. That's who benefited.
And the state.
Yep. So what happened? I don't know. All I know is the people who needed something to happen, where Stephen Avery would get in trouble, got what they needed. Who had the ability to do this in such a way where they could potentially not have maximized exposure for doing it? Someone in law enforcement, someone in the justice system. Do I know how it was carried out? No. I just know the people that benefited were the ones who had the skill, the
connections,
ability, the connection, the finances, and the manpower to accomplish it. Now, I've heard all the stories like, oh, it's whatever. All I'm saying is it's not rocket science. If you stop tunneling, okay, we can micro focus on that, or we can zoom out and macro focus on the big picture. And this is a big picture case. The amount of evidence, and I say that so sarcastically, but there's too many moving pieces for us to think that this was a one moment in time incident.
That's it. The crime scene or scenes do not make sense, which indicates multiple hands involved. It's not Stephen. Yeah. It's not Brendan. There are multiple hands in the pot. That's why when you look at it, it's not a simple murder per se, right? It's complex because you got bone fragments everywhere. You got dissemination of Teresa Halbach's belongings everywhere. You've got the RAV4, and somehow Stephen decided that he needed a key, which he doesn't, and the plates thrown in an open car. Why is he separating the car from the plates? If his intention was to crush the vehicle, keep everything together, right? Keep everything together. No, it indicates multiple people involved. Who? I don't know. The only person that I'm very suspicious of is Sergeant Jason Jost with the
No doubt.
cremate and the burn pit. He's
I'm
in
very
the
suspicious.
right place, right time, right spot,
I'm very
right
suspicious.
self.
I'm very suspicious of Servant and Strauss and their actions. Why they did what they did on the 8th? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Deb Strauss's phone call volunteering her services after investigating the wrongful conviction and seeing what they did to him, saying she wasn't a fan. Not that she wasn't a fan of Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. She wanted to make sure this investigation was going to be conducted properly, because the last one against him wasn't, which would be what an honest, ethical woman seeking justice would say. Instead, what she said was, I'm not a fan of Stephen Avery, a guy presumed innocent, right?
And she's not. She's a white collar crime person. She's not even a criminal person.
Yep. And don't forget, I was going to just say, don't forget, Richard Allen is presumed innocent until found guilty. And they stuck him in solitary confinement for 13 months.
Yeah.
Mentally destroyed him.
We have really lost sight of the fact that anyone charged with a crime is presumed innocent.
Oh, it's been completely destroyed.
We have really strayed away from remembering that as society. It's like if they charge you, we have really gotten accustomed to thinking that if you've been charged, you must be guilty, and that's not accurate. We got to stop thinking that way.
But
thinking that way.
But the read technique assumes you're guilty. They question you as though you're guilty. And any form of resistance is a sign that you're guilty.
Deception, you're lying.
You're lying, correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And the way, and you're right, Sunshine, the way O'Kelly and Kaczynski set this up, their client's guilty.
Oh, absolutely.
So they believed that they were doing a noble thing. They were trying to get Brendan to have a life instead of spending a life in prison. So they're prepared to hand over their client straight to Kratz as a sacrificial lamb on a platter. And they would have gone, ding, we did our part. Thank you.
Yep.
We're good guys. Good guys.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Judge Fox said. He dismissed them and goes, they were out of the case. They weren't involved in what Brendan said. Not even a slap on the wrist. And that's made people in the legal fraternity sick to the back teeth that this shit went on. And we're reading it in real time, and you're seeing exactly what the guy defending Brendan did to him.
Yeah, Trav, unfortunately, I don't think any of us can truly answer that question. We could talk all night and all day tomorrow. But anyway, All right, next question from Clive Coolidge.
Question. Brendan is supposedly in the RAV4 with Stephen and his actively bleeding finger. How come there's none of Stephen's blood on his clothes, but there is Stephen's blood on the passenger seat? That's a good question.
No idea.
No idea.
No clue. No mixture in the back.
No.
With Teresa's.
Because remember, they're committing this ultra violence on Teresa, right? And Brendan gave 7 different answers to how Stephen cut his finger, right?
Yeah.
But what you notice is Stephen's blood is contained within the RAV4.
Yes.
It's not at the back where Teresa was placed. It's not on the door handles. It's not even on the battery terminal. It's within the RAV4.
That's right.
Right? And that's strongly suggestive of being planted. How? I do not know. By who? I do not know. But it's bizarre because Errol was asked, did you look around the RAV? Yeah. Did you find any evidence of any blood here, there, even on the hood? No, they found nothing.
Nothing.
So remember what Brendan said. He gave different narratives where Teresa's RAV4 was either outside the garage or inside the garage. And now he's saying to O'Kelly, I didn't see the RAV.
That's it,
It wasn't there. We had the Suzuki, we had the snowmobile, we had the drive-on lawnmower. That was it. So it's a forever changing narrative. So the question is, what caused Stephen's finger to bleed on October the 31st? And how did he get in and out of the RAV bleeding without leaving any prints or blood on the door handles or all the objects that they touched to hide the RAV? And the answer
Under
is
the
no one knows.
hood, the battery. That's right.
No one knows.
Exactly right.
So did Stephen selectively actively bleed for 6 drops?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. I agree. And to me, those drops that are in the RAV, they don't look like anything like the drops that are in his Grand Am. They're different.
No,
They look
no.
different.
Correct. We checked that. Remember the spacing in the RAV? They're close because you drip, actively bleeding. The RAV, they're separated by time and space. There's something weird going on. There's something really weird going on. And Zona, with a blood spatter expert, was able to reproduce the entire scenario with a dropper.
Yeah.
That's scary. That's how easy it was to reproduce.
All right. Next question from Bruno.
Could these bullets have been shot days, weeks, months, or years before? By who? What kind of wax? Could it be consistent with lipstick?
Do you want me to answer that one, Jack?
Yeah. Go ahead. That's pretty.
Well,
yeah.
The owner of the rifle is Roland Johnson, and he owns those rifles that are in the Stephen's bedroom, both of them. And he said on the stand that he fired 3,000 rounds over a long time period. And he included firing around the garage and firing at gophers, rabbits, you name it. And when you fire the weapons, the shells can bounce, ricochet, move all over the place. Plus, Stephen used to collect the shells and put them in his garage because he used the ride-on lawnmower to cut his grass. And because of the copper casings, they used to fire everywhere. Remember, he's got a dog out there too. So he used to collect them, put them in his garage. So those bullets could have been fired months, years ago, right? Plus, if you look at the cartridges that they found, some of them have got dents in them. So they've been there, trodden on, stepped on, you name it. The wax is likely ballistic wax, not lipstick wax. So what they do is the person who examines the bullets dips it in wax to keep the bullet in situ. So forget about the wax. But what they can't explain is shards of wood and red paint. And red paint. And Kathleen Zona reproduced that by firing .22 straight into Stephen's garage. That's it. She reproduced item FL. Done.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So next question.
The important point. Sorry, Jackson. The important point, Bruno, is that they scientifically reproduced item FL. And they disproved that it never struck bone, right? So if you can, good crime scene investigators reproduce the crime. You get it? To tear apart or support the evidence. And Kathleen Zellner said many, many times, guys, my crime scene gurus can't reproduce this crime. They can't reproduce it. They can't. And they got the guy who, Dahan, because you can't burn a body like that in a pit like that. What are you talking about? So they couldn't reproduce any part of the crime. That's a worry. That's a worry.
Big time. Yep. All right. Next question is from Kansas Boxley.
Let's see. Question. What are the chances that Ken Kratz covertly stage managed the selection of Kaczynski and O'Kelly, or was Brendan just extremely unlucky to get an ex-military lawyer and rogue investigator? It's a great question.
I think Kratz managed that. I don't know about O'Kelly. It's been suggested. It's been suggested that his name got floated to Kaczynski from Kratz. We don't know that. I think he was definitely unlucky to have been exposed to a guy like O'Kelly, but yeah, I do think that Kratz did manage to get Kaczynski after Ralph suddenly had to go. So
Kratz and Kaczynski had worked in the past, and guess what they've done? Plea deals.
Plea deals.
Yep. And we got the 2010 post-conviction hearings, and I asked him, because you worked with Kaczynski before? Yep. What have you worked on him before? Plea deals? Yep. That's what they were working on. Okay.
Yeah.
And remember what Kratz said? Oh, we got discovery, and we'll give it to you. Oh, you want the transcript? No problems. We'll give it to you. Because what he's doing is he's giving him all the information. Kaczynski would have read it and gone, oh, shit, yeah, my client's guilty. Yeah, no problems. So
Right.
Kratz managed that, and Kaczynski and Kratz were talking to each other. Correct.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Jim Crane.
Question. I thought that the luminol was just a faint glow in the garage, and they tested the garage with another chemical, and it was conclusive that it was not blood.
Yeah, remember, they tested the garage in November 1st, right, with luminol. Then they went back in March and they tested it again with luminol. The chemical that Jim's talking about is phenolphthalein, which is a test for blood, right? And so they're all presumptive tests, which means that if it gives a positive reaction, you go, oh, it might be blood. I need to do further investigation. They did extensive swabbing of the garage. I think 12 swabs, I think it was. They did a lot of swabbing.
Like yeah.
All the swabs came back to Stephen.
Yeah.
His blood, none of Teresa. And Teresa was meant to have been shot 10 times in that garage.
Yep.
And there's none of her blood. Plus, they tore up the concrete. They're looking for blood that soaked in, and they found
nothing.
Zero.
Nothing.
Correct.
Right.
Now, if there's blood spatter with the luminol spray, you'll see it. You see it on the walls. Oh shit! There's fine Mr. Blood. They found nothing. Nothing to indicate a shooting scenario. And
yeah, I mean,
that's why. That's sorry, Jax's one. That's why, for dear life, they can't let item FL go, because item FL is the link. If they get rid of item FL, then, Your Honor, why are my clients in prison for? You can't put the victim in the garage. You can't put the victim inside the trailer. Where the hell did this crime take place, Your Honor? That's it.
Exactly. And as far as there are the photos do show a faint glow, but remember, spraying luminol in a garage, you're probably going to get it regardless because of
correct.
And the reaction.
The argument that Fallon made me laugh because but they use bleach and paint thinner and gasoline. Could that potentially hide the blood? Goes, and you could tell that Erdl was not very comfortable. Erdl goes, it'll dilute it. Maybe I would know how to do it. Guys, the bleach that Stephen and Brendan allegedly used will not get rid of the blood. It'll still be there. It dilutes it, but you could tell, even if you scrub it, you see the scrub marks. He needed to use oxy bleach, which he didn't have. Oxy bleach destroys the hemoglobin, not the bleach that they had. You still see the blood there, right? Remember, who was that guy? He sprayed a dumpster years after the fact. They found the blood, presence of blood. So it persists.
There you go.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. Got another question from Kansas Boxley.
Is there evidence of any psychological problems to be found in O'Kelly's transcribed words? His
The
thought
guy's a
process
fruitcake.
seems
The guy's a fruitcake.
disturbed to me. I
Yeah,
think
he is
that
disturbed.
he's the one without a conscience, personally.
Yeah, the guy's a fruitcake. There's no. He should have had his license or whatever he had disbarred. He should have been thrown out. If the guy has no ethics, that's the word. No ethics. And he was going to take a back seat with Brendan. He did the same thing that Fassbender and Winger did to Brendan. O'Kelly did the same thing in a roundabout way. Oh, you've written this, Brendan? What's missing? Then it's not true. But
Yeah.
Jack 61 will tell you the 2010 post-conviction hearing of O'Kelly, you just got to read it. And
It's
just
unbelievable.
the guy's unhinged, right?
He is.
Oh, yeah. I'm there. No, I wouldn't have done that. No. And Fallon knew this, so Fallon only asked him a couple of questions. Said, "Thank God we got him off the stand."
Yeah, and you got to
Thank
read
God.
the ex parte here. You got to read the ex parte hearing from June of 2009 with O'Kelly. Oh my God.
And not only that, Dvorak had to hunt O'Kelly down and hand him over a subpoena because
18
O'Kelly
months.
knew.
18 months it took them to run him down.
Yep, O'Kelly knew he was facing the music, and all of a sudden, a lot of the stuff disappeared. Lost.
2 boxes worth of stuff, tapes
Lost.
and all. Yep, gone.
Lost.
Okay, we got one more question. This one more from Kansas.
At around the 2-hour 41 mark, J-Jax reads Brendan inaudible. Is the actual recording available?
Yes, it's on O-Dog's channel.
Yep,
O-Dog's got the
videotaped.
recording.
Yep.
Yeah.
If
O-Dog
we-
got the open records request. I've never requested this one, but at some point, so we can have our own copy, I may do that.
If we played it to you, most of you will fall asleep. It's as simple as that because Brendan's there.
Right. Not reacting.
Zero. Like blank. Absolutely blank. And incredible pauses. And O'Kelly's going, what the hell? Right? So yeah, but reading it is different because we can stop, pause, and give intent. Right?
Yes.
So it's very, very different. And we've done 4 hours already. We're only like about a third of the way through. So it's very, very powerful. Well, look, guys, I hope that you've learned a lot from the presentation. I'm certainly learning new stuff all the time. If you enjoy what we do as a group, please support us by considering subscribing. If you like our podcast, put your DNA in the thumbs up button and consider sharing our podcast. The more people that can hear about it, the better. And we'll just quickly go through the panel and let us know how you've been coming along. Jack 61.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Felt kind of rough at the beginning of the week, but that kind of passed on. But again, I'm blaming the change of the seasons here in Southwest Michigan because it's turning chilly. We had a couple of good warm days, but anyway, still been thumbing through the new DCI reports. As incomplete as they are, there is some new information, new photos. I'd actually wanted to talk to and ask a question, and this is for, I guess, researchers more than anyone, or maybe just anyone looking around. But it'd be a pretty good project to do. But again, I'm considering taking that 2,250 pages and dividing it out per report. Like, so you'll have DCI report 1 and so on and so forth. There'll be a separate file for each one. That way you don't have to open this huge file and scroll 9,000 pages to find the one you want, because that's kind of a pain in the ass, if I'm honest. So I'm thinking about doing it, but I don't want to subject myself to torture if nobody's going to use it.
The only downfall is that it's redacted.
Yeah. Sorry. So what's that, Christina?
I would use it, and I would be willing to help if you would direct me on how to assist you.
It's not hard. It's a little tedious, but it's not hard. I can teach you how to do it. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but again, it's not too bad. So
anything that's going to help me get more confident in using this newer system is going to be good. So repetition and tediousness is probably going to benefit me at this point.
Okay. Well, I can certainly teach you how to do that, to split it apart. It's pretty easy. But again, like I said, it's kind of tedious. So, okay, I'll take that under advisement. Anyway, tomorrow, we're going to dive back into these new DCO reports and just scan through. I mean, a lot of it's going to be irrelevant, but some of them I'm sure we're going to have a conversation about. So that's what we're going to do. It's going to be part 2. It's going to be at 5:30 Central Time. So hopefully, we get some takers. And correct me if I'm wrong, Christina, but isn't tonight daylight savings time for us?
You would ask me that.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it's tonight. It's either tonight or next Saturday. So anyway, want to thank you, Doc.
I think so too, Jax. Only because today is Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should. They're probably going to change it again. Yeah, so it will be fall back. Is that
yes,
right?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, of course. The hour back.
Oh wait, yeah, November 3rd. So it is tonight. We fall back an hour, get an extra hour. Anyway, excellent presentation, Doc. Great discussion, great questions from everyone.
Yes. Yeah.
So really appreciate that, and hope to see everybody tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jess61. And next we have Sunshine Christina. Good to see you. How are you coming along?
I'm well. I'm actually at my oldest daughter's, which is about 2 hours north of me on the beach in Jacksonville. I came up here for a few days, and I was late because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to break away and participate, but it worked out well. And I was able to, and I'm really glad I did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm working on a couple of things. And it's just, it's slow, life. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yes.
But these worksheets you're going over have really got my brain noodling on some interesting just thought processes about how this all came about, and just look forward to keep on discussing and thinking on this case.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Sunshine Christina and Jack61. Again, guys, all of us here from the Foul Play team want to thank you all for your support, for your wisdom, and for your great questions. And we'll all catch you tomorrow. My name is Dr. Silkman. I'm from the Foul Play team. God bless.
Thanks, everyone. This has been a Foul Play production.